I am Kaya Nakai, born to a Navajo mother and a father who served in Desert Storm. The name means my elder sister in Hopi, though I have no siblings. My mother chose it to honor her best friend who died young. Growing up between two worlds, the traditional ways of my mother's people and the military discipline of my father, I learned to navigate boundaries, to find paths where others saw only obstacles. When the Army Special Operations Command approached me about a reconnaissance mission in the Tonto National Forest, I didn't hesitate. My bank account was running dry, my cabin lease in Sierra Vista about to expire, and the collectors calling about my father's medical debts. After his passing last winter, those bills became mine. The double pay for specialized reconnaissance meant I could finally get ahead. "We need someone who understands the terrain," Staff Sergeant Nakai, Colonel Blackwood had said, sliding a folder across his desk. "Someone who can move through these forests like a ghost." The file contained satellite images of unusual heat signatures deep within the wilderness near Apache Junction. Structures where no structure should be. Movement patterns that suggested organized activity. I assumed drug traffickers or maybe a militia compound. Local rangers have reported strange occurrences, Blackwood continued, his voice dropping. Equipment failures. Missing hikers. Unusual tracks. I nodded, thinking it was standard intimidation tactics by whatever group had set up shop there. The mission parameters were simple: scout the location, document activities, return with intelligence. Solo insertion, minimal equipment, maximum deniability. I'd done similar work before. What wasn't in the folder, what Blackwood only hinted at, was that this wasn't the first team they'd sent in. 2 others had gone dark in the past month. In the cabin now, 3 days into my mission, I spread my maps across the rough-hewn table. The structure was old, likely a former ranger outpost, abandoned decades ago but maintained as an emergency shelter. The Army had stocked it with basic provisions before my arrival. My radio crackled with static, the third equipment malfunctioned since I'd arrived. The satellite phone showed no signal, and my GPS had been glitching intermittently. I'd have to rely on traditional navigation methods, something for which I was thankful for my grandfather's teachings. From my backpack, I removed a small leather pouch containing sacred cornmeal hummus that my mother had insisted I carry. Though I'd embraced much of my father's pragmatic worldview, I respected the old ways. In the quiet of the cabin, I offered a small prayer for protection, sprinkling the cornmeal in the 4 cardinal directions as my grandfather had taught me. Outside, something moved in the darkness beyond my window. Too large for a coyote, too silent for a bear. The hairs on my neck rose as I extinguished the lantern and moved to the window, peering into the blackness. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the tree line, impossibly tall, shoulders too broad to be human. Then it was gone, leaving only the feeling of being watched. Not by an enemy combatant or forest predator, but by something that knew these woods long before any of us arrived. In the morning, I would begin my trek toward the coordinates Blackwood had provided. Tonight, though, I checked my weapon, secured the cabin's perimeter, and tried to ignore the distinct feeling that I wasn't hunting something in these woods. Something was hunting me. Dawn broke with an unsettling silence. No birds called from the trees, no small creatures rustled in the underbrush. I packed efficiently, leaving the cabin as I'd found it, save for a small offering of tobacco leaves placed by the hearth, a habit my grandfather had instilled in me whenever I was a visitor on lands not my own. The coordinates led me northeast, deeper into the wilderness where the Sonoran Desert gave way to pine forests and unexpected ravines. According to my maps, I was heading toward a remote area where several tributaries of Tonto Creek originated from underground springs. My training kept me moving silently through the terrain. Years spent hunting with my grandfather during summer visits to the reservation had honed skills the Army later refined. I could read the language of disturbed soil, broken twigs, and displaced stones, the subtle calligraphy left by those passing through. And something had passed through recently. Midday, I discovered the first anomaly, a game trail suddenly devoid of tracks, as if animals intentionally avoided this path. Then came the smell, organic decay tinged with something musky and unfamiliar. Finally, the silence deepened, creating a void that pressed against my eardrums. I documented everything in my weatherproof notebook, taking photos with the specialized camera Blackwood had provided. Whatever was happening here, I was building a record. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing where the trees had been damaged, not cut or burned, but bent and twisted as if something massive had thrashed among them. At the center lay a half-eaten deer carcass, its chest cavity splayed open, internal organs missing. The precision of the wound suggested tools, but the bite marks on the remaining flesh belonged to no predator I recognized. Something rustled in the bushes behind me. I spun, M4 carbine raised, to find nothing but swaying branches. The weight of unseen eyes pressed against my back as I photographed the sight. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking silence. My voice sounded foreign in the unnatural quiet, too loud yet somehow smothered. No response came, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I decided to push forward to the primary coordinates before nightfall. The landscape changed subtly as I hiked rock formations that didn't match the surrounding geology, plant species that shouldn't thrive at this elevation. Nothing dramatically wrong, just an accumulation of small inconsistencies that raised the hairs on my arms. As dusk approached, I came upon a small stream where I planned to refill my water supply. Kneeling by the water's edge, I noticed something embedded in the soft mud of the bank, a footprint unlike any I'd seen before. It was enormous, at least 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions splayed wider than a human's would be. The impression was deep, suggesting tremendous weight. Most disturbing was the clear definition. This wasn't an old track degraded by time and elements. It had been made recently, the edges still crisp. I photographed it alongside my own boot for scale, then carefully took measurements. Whatever left this print would stand over 8 feet tall, based on human proportions. But these weren't human proportions. As I worked, a low grunting sound emanated from the dense forest across the stream. I froze, hand moving instinctively to my sidearm. Through the gathering shadows between the trees, something moved, a massive silhouette, upright yet not quite human in its proportions. Our eyes met across the water. Though I couldn't clearly see its face in the dimming light, I felt its gaze lock onto mine with unmistakable intelligence. Not animal curiosity, but conscious recognition. Then it was gone, melting into the forest with surprising grace for its size. Night was falling rapidly. I needed shelter. According to my map, there was a small cave system nearby, not ideal, but better than exposing myself in the open. As I moved toward it, I couldn't shake the sensation of being herded, as if my path was being subtly influenced by my unseen observer. When I reached the cave entrance, I hesitated. Darkness yawned before me, but the alternative was spending the night exposed to whatever roamed these woods. I switched on my tactical light and stepped inside, unaware that I was walking exactly where it wanted me to go. The cave mouth opened like a wound in the earth, exhaling cool air that carried the mineral scent of underground water and something else, a musky, organic odor I'd first detected near the mutilated deer. I paused at the threshold, fighting the instinct to retreat. Standard operating procedure warned against entering confined spaces without backup. But darkness was falling rapidly, and whatever had left those tracks was still out there. Between the unknown threat outside and the sheltered darkness within, I chose the darkness. The entrance narrowed quickly, forcing me to duck as I progressed. My tactical light cut through the blackness, revealing limestone walls polished smooth by centuries of water. The main passage descended at a gentle grade, widening after about 50 yards into a chamber roughly the size of the cabin I'd left that morning. Signs of habitation immediately caught my attention, not recent human presence, but something else. The floor had been cleared of debris in certain areas, creating distinct spaces. In one corner, a pile of dried grasses and pine needles formed what appeared to be a crude bed. Along one wall, a collection of objects was carefully arranged: deer antlers, colorful stones, fragments of metal that might once have been hiking equipment, and more disturbingly, tattered remnants of synthetic fabric, pieces of backpacks, a boot missing its laces, a shredded thermal jacket. I photographed everything methodically, maintaining my training despite the growing unease. This wasn't a natural formation of objects. This was collection, curation, purpose. The implications disturbed me more than any evidence of violence would have. Whatever roamed these woods wasn't just a predator, it possessed consciousness, preferences, perhaps even ritual. As I explored further, the cave revealed a network of smaller passages branching from the main chamber. One led to an underground spring, crystal clear water bubbling from the rock into a small pool before disappearing into another crevice. Another passage ascended steeply, potentially offering an alternative exit. The third, however, descended sharply into darkness. From this lowest passage came the smell, stronger now, pungent and primordial. I approached cautiously, training my light into its depths. The beam illuminated a disturbing tableau: scattered bones, mostly animal but some alarmingly human-like in proportion, stripped clean of flesh and arranged in peculiar patterns across the cave floor. Among them lay more recognizable items: a military-grade boot identical to mine, a crushed satellite phone, fragments of tactical gear. Evidence of the previous teams, I realized with growing horror. This wasn't just a den. It was a killing floor. My radio suddenly crackled to life, making me flinch. Through bursts of static, I heard a voice, distant, distorted, but unmistakably human. Sector 7, anomaly continues, not alone in there. Then silence. I keyed my transmitter. This is Staff Sergeant Nakai. Identity confirmation: Sierra November 479. Do you copy? Nothing but static answered. Then, beneath the electronic noise, something else, a low, rhythmic sound like breathing, but deeper, closer to a growl than human respiration. It wasn't coming from my radio. I killed my light immediately, dropping into a defensive crouch. In the absolute darkness, my other senses heightened. The breathing continued, emanating from somewhere in the main chamber I just left. It moved, circling, pausing, circling again, with deliberate, practiced stealth. Whatever it was, it knew these caves intimately. This was its territory, and I was an intruder. I silently readied my weapon, though every instinct told me that conventional tactics might prove useless against this adversary. My grandfather's voice suddenly echoed in my memory: some threats cannot be fought, only survived. Some predators cannot be killed, only respected. The breathing stopped. Complete silence descended, more terrifying than any sound. I remained motionless, controlling my own breathing, focusing my awareness outward. Minutes passed like hours. Then came a sound that froze my blood, a soft, deliberate click of stone against stone, like someone lifting and replacing a rock with careful precision. It came from directly behind me, in a passage I could have sworn was empty moments before. Slowly, I turned, thumb finding the activation switch on my light. I hesitated, knowing that illumination would reveal me as surely as it would expose my stalker. In that moment of indecision, I felt warm breath against the back of my neck and caught a whispered sound, not quite speech, not quite animal, but might have been a word in a language older than any I knew. I pivoted and fired up my light in one motion, carbine raised. The passage was empty. But on the floor lay a single object that hadn't been there before, a smooth black stone, perfectly round, placed precisely where I had been standing. A message. A warning. A promise. Outside, night had fully claimed the forest. I was trapped in a labyrinth with something that knew every shadow, every passage, every potential escape route. Something that was, I now believed, hurting me deeper into the earth for purposes I couldn't begin to comprehend. I established a defensive position in the main chamber, back against solid rock, with clear sight lines to all three connecting passages. Sleep was impossible, so I maintained a vigilant watch through the night, my light dimmed to conserve battery but sufficient to prevent anything from approaching unseen. The night passed in tense silence. Occasionally, I heard distant movements, scraping sounds from the deeper passages, the subtle shift of weight on stone, once what might have been the soft cadence of retreating footsteps. Whatever shared these caves with me seemed content to observe from a distance. For now. By my watch, dawn had broken outside, though no light penetrated this deep. I needed to report my findings and extract. The mission parameters had changed. What we were dealing with wasn't human traffickers or militants, but something outside standard threat classifications. I checked my equipment. The satellite phone remained inoperable, and my radio produced nothing but static. The GPS functioned intermittently, showing my position then suddenly jumping miles away before going dark. My only reliable tool was the compass, which spun erratically when pointed towards certain passages. With supplies dwindling and no communication, I faced a difficult decision: attempt to return to the extraction point through forests I now knew were hunted, or press deeper into the cave system, searching for another exit and perhaps answers about what had happened to the previous teams. Logic dictated retreat, but instinct pushed me forward. This wasn't just about completing a mission anymore, it was about understanding what we were facing. Something ancient lived in these woods, something intelligence agencies and military command needed to know about. I chose to explore the ascending passage, hoping it might lead to an alternative exit while keeping me sheltered from whatever roamed the forest. After securing my gear and leaving subtle markers that only another trained operative would recognize, I began my ascent. The passage narrowed as it climbed, requiring me to turn sideways in some sections. The walls displayed strange markings, not modern graffiti, but deeply carved symbols that reminded me of Anasazi petroglyphs I'd seen as a child, yet distinctly different. I photographed them methodically, noting their increasing frequency as I progressed. After nearly an hour of careful climbing, the passage opened into another chamber, smaller than the first but with a peculiar quality to the air, fresher, with the faint scent of pine. Somewhere, this space connected to the surface. This room showed even more evident signs of habitation. The walls bore hundreds of the strange symbols, some carved recently enough that limestone dust still gathered below them. In the center stood a crude table-like structure formed from a flat rock balanced on smaller stones. Upon it lay various objects, animal bones, arranged in specific patterns, small bundles of herbs and forest plants tied with sinew, a collection of human-made items including a military dog tag, the glass from a wristwatch, and most disturbingly, a blood-stained identification card from Fort Huachuca. I approached cautiously, photographing everything before examining the ID. It belonged to Captain Marcus Reeves, one of the men from the previous reconnaissance teams. The blood pattern indicated the card had been deliberately smeared, not randomly spattered. Another message. Another warning. As I documented the scene, my foot dislodged something small and metallic. Bending down, I discovered a spent rifle cartridge, military grade, relatively recent. Someone had discharged a weapon in this chamber. I found 3 more casings nearby, all pointing toward the far wall. Following their trajectory, I discovered a dark stain on the limestone, blood spatter, long dried. The pattern suggested the target had been massive, at least 7 feet tall based on the highest drops. More disturbing was how the spatter simply ended, as if whatever had been wounded had simply disappeared, leaving no trail. A faint breeze touched my face from somewhere above. Looking up, I spotted a narrow chimney in the rock, perhaps 2 feet in diameter, ascending toward daylight. An escape route, though a challenging one. As I considered my options, a strange rhythmic tapping began somewhere in the darkness. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 more, pause. Not random cave noise, but deliberate communication. It moved around the chamber, coming from one passage, then another, multiplying until it seemed to emanate from everywhere at once. I wasn't dealing with a single entity. There were more of them. The tapping stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard something new: labored breathing, punctuated by a wet, gurgling sound. Human breathing. I turned my light toward the source. In an alcove I hadn't noticed before lay a man in tattered military fatigues, his body broken and twisted in ways that defied survival. Yet somehow, he lived. Captain Marcus Reeves had been found. His eyes fluttered open as my light fell upon him, recognition and terror competing in his gaze. His lips moved, forming words without sound. I moved closer, kneeling beside him. "They speak," he whispered, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. "They understand. They've been watching us for centuries." I reached for my medical kit, though it was clear nothing could save him. "Who are they, Captain? What are they?" His hand clutched my wrist with surprising strength. "The tribes knew. Called them Senainali, the spirits that hide among rocks." His breathing became more labored. "Not monsters, older than us. This is their land. Why did they take you? Why keep you alive?" I asked, administering morphine to ease his pain. "Studying us, learning from us." His eyes shifted, focusing on something behind me. "They'll let you go, if you show respect. Leave offerings, speak with honor. I turned, following his gaze, but saw only shadows. When I looked back, Reese was gone, his eyes vacant, body still. The tapping resumed, softer now, almost mournful. From the passages came the sound of movement, stone scraping against stone, the soft pad of feet larger than any human's. They were coming to collect their dead observer. I gathered my essential gear and moved toward the chimney. Whatever tactical advantage the darkness had offered was gone. These beings knew every shadow, every passage. My only hope lay in reaching the surface and open ground. As I prepared to climb, something large moved in the passage I'd entered through. I caught a glimpse of matted hair, powerful limbs, and eyes that reflected my light with unnerving intelligence. Our gazes locked for the second time, and I finally understood what I was seeing, not a cryptid, not a monster, but something that had walked these lands long before humans claimed them. Something that had watched us arrive, watched us build our civilizations, watched us tell stories around campfires about the strange creatures in the wilderness. It raised one massive hand, fingers splayed in what might have been a gesture of peace or warning. Then it melted back into darkness, leaving me alone with the dead captain and a decision about what knowledge I would carry back to the world of men. The climb through the chimney nearly killed me. Twice I lost my footing, saved only by wedging myself against the narrow walls before falling back into the waiting darkness. The rock face was slick with moisture, offering treacherous handholds that crumbled under pressure. But the alternative, remaining in the chamber with its dead inhabitant and watchful visitors, drove me upward with desperate strength. When I finally emerged, daylight had begun to fade. I'd lost an entire day in the cave system, though it had felt like mere hours. Disoriented, I checked my compass, which now functioned normally, indicating I'd traveled nearly 2 miles underground from my original entry point. I found myself in a small clearing surrounded by dense pine forest. In the fading light, the trees formed a wall of shadows, their branches interlocking like sentinels. The silence that had initially disturbed me now seemed to carry meaning, not an absence of sound, but a deliberate quieting, as if the forest itself was listening. My priority was reaching the extraction point, still a day's journey northwest. But first, I needed to secure what intelligence I gathered. I found a sheltered spot beneath an overhanging rock and began transferring photos from my camera to the encrypted hard drive Blackwood had provided. As images flashed across the small display, the footprints, the cave markings, the arranged objects, Reeve's lifeless body, I began to question what report I would actually deliver. What I'd encountered defied military classification. These weren't enemy combatants or unknown hostiles. They were something else entirely, original inhabitants of this continent who had chosen invisibility over conflict, retreat over confrontation. They had killed, yes, but they had also shown restraint, curiosity, perhaps even mercy. They could have ended me at any moment in those caves. The tribes had known, as Reeves said. My own ancestors had stories of the Yaitso and Sainahali, tall beings dwelling in mountain strongholds, powerful but reclusive. I'd always considered them metaphors or cautionary tales. Now I understood they were history, passed down through generations who knew better than to seek proof. Night fell completely as I finished backing up my data. I decided against starting a fire, unwilling to announce my position. Instead, I ate cold rations and prepared for a night of vigilance. Sleep came in short, fitful bursts, interrupted by every snapping twig and rustling leaf. Near midnight, I woke fully alert, instantly aware of a presence nearby. The air had changed, thicker somehow, carrying that now familiar musky scent. I remained motionless, controlling my breathing, hand resting on my sidearm. Something large circled my position, keeping just beyond visual range. Occasional glimpses revealed a massive shadow moving with surprising grace between the trees. Not approaching, not retreating, patrolling. Hours passed in this strange standoff. Occasionally, the tapping would start, that same rhythmic pattern I'd heard in the caves, answered by similar sounds from different directions. They were communicating, coordinating. I was being monitored by multiple entities. Dawn brought fog rolling through the forest, reducing visibility to mere yards. I used the cover to begin moving northwest, toward extraction. My progress was slow, each step carefully placed to minimize sound. The sensation of being watched never diminished. By midday, I reached a small stream that I recognized from my inbound journey. I was back on my original route. The fog had lifted, but an unnatural gloom persisted beneath the dense canopy. As I paused to check my bearings, I noticed something on the ground ahead, a freshly killed rabbit, placed directly in my path. Not torn apart or partially eaten. Cleanly killed and deliberately positioned. An offering? A message? I couldn't be certain, but I recognized the significance. Slowly, I removed a pouch of homa from my pack and sprinkled a small amount beside the rabbit, acknowledging the exchange. Then I continued forward, leaving both behind. The afternoon brought new challenges. My path seemed increasingly obstructed, fallen trees that hadn't been there days earlier, streams that had mysteriously changed course, familiar landmarks that now appeared subtly altered. I was being redirected, guided along a specific route by forces that knew this terrain intimately. I could fight against this influence, forcing my way through toward my original destination, or I could follow where they led, trusting that Captain Reeves' final words held truth. They'll let you go, if you show respect. I chose trust over resistance. By late afternoon, the manipulated path had led me to a place I instantly recognized from the mission briefing photos, the location of the heat signatures that had triggered this reconnaissance in the first place. A clearing appeared before me, perfectly circular, as if intentionally maintained. At its center stood a structure unlike anything I'd expected. Not a building in any conventional sense, but a monument of stacked stones rising 15 feet high. Surrounding it were smaller stone columns arranged in concentric circles. The precision of their placement suggested astronomical alignment, reminiscent of ancient calendrical structures found throughout the Americas. This was no random formation or recent construction. This was architectural legacy, maintained for centuries, perhaps millennia. This was where our satellites had detected not a criminal compound or militant outpost, but a sacred site still in active use by its original creators. As I stood at the clearing's edge, movement caught my eye. From the forest opposite my position emerged a figure, the same entity I'd glimpsed multiple times now, fully visible in daylight for the first time. It stood over 8 feet tall, its powerful frame covered in thick, reddish-brown hair. Its face combined primate and human features, a pronounced brow ridge and wide nose, but with expressive eyes that held unmistakable intelligence. It walked upright with perfect balance, its movements displaying both power and precision. Behind it came others, 5 in total, varying in size and coloration, but clearly of the same species. They positioned themselves around the stone monument, neither threatening nor retreating, simply present and aware. We regarded each other across the clearing in profound silence, two species sharing the same continent for thousands of years, yet living in entirely separate realities. They had chosen isolation, withdrawal into increasingly remote regions as human civilization expanded. Not due to inferiority or fear, but by deliberate choice, a different evolutionary path that prioritized harmony with the natural world over dominance of it. The largest among them, the one I'd encountered multiple times, stepped forward and placed an object on the ground between us. Even from a distance, I recognized Captain Reeves' dog tags. Another message, another choice being presented. I understood what was being offered: leave with what I came for, proof of the other team's fate, but preserve the greater secret. Return to my world with a mundane explanation rather than the truth. In that moment, standing at the threshold between worlds, I made my decision about what knowledge I would carry back from these woods. The extraction point was exactly where it should have been, a small clearing suitable for helicopter landing, marked with the arranged stones I placed on my inbound journey. My GPS suddenly functioned perfectly, and my radio crackled with clear transmissions as soon as I approached. It was as if an invisible boundary had been crossed, returning me to the world of functioning technology and military protocol. I made contact with my extraction team, providing coordinates and status. Within 2 hours, the distant thump of helicopter rotors announced their approach. As I waited, I organized my thoughts, rehearsing the report I would deliver upon return. The helicopter landed in a swirl of dust and pine needles. 2 heavily armed soldiers jumped out, scanning the perimeter while the crew chief waved me forward. Their tension was evident. They had expected to find another missing operative, not a successful extraction. Staff Sergeant Nakai, the pilot, confirmed as I climbed aboard. Command's been trying to reach you for days. I nodded, securing myself as the helicopter lifted off. Below, the vast wilderness spread out, concealing its secrets beneath an unbroken canopy of green. Somewhere down there, ancient eyes would be watching our departure, just as they had watched countless arrivals and departures throughout human history. At Fort Huachuca, I was immediately escorted to a debriefing room where Colonel Blackwood waited with two individuals I didn't recognize, a woman in civilian clothes whose bearing suggested intelligence services, and an older man whose academic demeanor seemed out of place in a military installation. "Staff Sergeant," Blackwood began, "we'd nearly declared you MIA. What happened out there?" I placed Captain Reeves' dog tags on the table between us. "I found evidence of what happened to the previous teams, sir." For the next hour, I delivered my report, carefully curated to include what needed to be known while protecting what deserved to remain hidden. I described finding evidence of armed hostile groups using the remote location for trafficking operations. I detailed discovering Reeves' body in a ravine, apparently killed in a confrontation with these hostiles. I presented the photographs that supported this narrative, the disturbed sites, the spent cartridges, the blood evidence. What I didn't share were the footprints by the stream, the arranged objects in the cave, the stone monument in the clearing, or the intelligent eyes that had watched me from the shadows. Those images remained locked in the encrypted drive I'd hidden before reaching the extraction point, buried beneath a distinctive rock formation I alone could find again. The area should be designated restricted, I concluded. Any military presence will likely push these hostiles deeper into the wilderness, making them harder to track. I recommend long-range surveillance only. The civilian woman, who never offered her name, asked pointed questions about the unusual heat signatures and unexplained phenomena reported by previous reconnaissance. I attributed these to natural features, underground thermal activity, unusual weather patterns, knowing her satellites would never capture anything more revealing than they already had. Whatever these beings were, they had evaded detection for centuries. They understood concealment better than any human agency. After 3 days of debriefings, medical examinations, and psychological evaluations, I was released back to regular duty with commendations for completing the mission under adverse conditions. Colonel Blackwood informed me that the region would indeed be designated restricted, ostensibly for environmental protection rather than military purposes. Whether he fully believed my report remained unclear, but he seemed satisfied with actionable intelligence that fit within conventional frameworks. In the months that followed, I requested transfer to the cultural support teams, leveraging my dual background to serve as liaison between military operations and indigenous communities in various deployment regions. The experience shaped my approach to my duties. I became more attuned to the stories cultures told about their lands, recognizing that myths often contain truths preserved through generations. Sometimes at night, I take out the small black stone that was placed at my feet in that underground chamber, the one token I kept from my encounter. I never included it in any report or showed it to any investigator. Its perfectly spherical shape and unusual density mark it as something crafted rather than naturally formed, a deliberate creation by hands not so different from my own. My grandfather once told me that the most important boundaries are not those between nations or properties, but between worlds, the seen and unseen, the known and unknown. He said wisdom comes from recognizing which boundaries should be defended and which should be respected from a distance. In the years since my encounter, satellite imagery has shown the region remaining undisturbed. No new heat signatures appear on thermal scans. No hikers report strange encounters. The forest keeps its secrets, and those who dwell within it continue their ancient existence, parallel to our modern world yet fundamentally separate. They were here before us. They will likely remain long after our civilizations crumble. Not cryptids or monsters from campfire stories, but intelligent beings who made different choices about their evolutionary path, choosing secret knowledge over technological development, harmony over dominance, invisibility over conquest. I've never returned to that forest, though I've been offered opportunities to lead further investigations by agencies whose intentions I don't trust. Instead, I ensure the boundary between worlds remains intact, filing reports that discourage exploration, supporting environmental protections that limit human encroachment, preserving the separation that has allowed both our species to coexist on this continent for millennia. Some nights, when I'm stationed near wilderness areas, I hear the distant tapping, 3 quick sounds, pause, 3 more, carried on the wind. Perhaps it's just branches against windows or small animals moving in the darkness. Perhaps it's something else entirely, a reminder that the divide between what we know and what exists is thinner than we imagine, and that true wisdom lies in knowing which mysteries to solve and which to honor from afar. The black stone sits on my shelf, a token from the boundary between worlds. A reminder that some stories are true, even when we choose not to tell them. My name is King Blackfeather. I'm Navajo Dine, as we call ourselves, though my mother was Apache. I've spent the last 8 years as an Army Ranger, but now I find myself on a different kind of mission, one that the military would never officially acknowledge. The cabin creaks around me as another gust of wind batters its weathered walls. A single kerosene lamp casts long shadows across the rough-hewn table where I've spread my maps. Outside, the ponderosa pines of the high Arizona desert sway and whisper, their needles rustling like countless tiny voices. 3 days ago, I received a call from an old Army buddy now working for a classified research division. 5 hikers had gone missing in this remote section of the Mogollon Rim. Not unusual, the wilderness claims unprepared visitors every year. What made this different was that all 5 were experienced outdoorsmen. And they weren't the first to disappear. I needed the money. After my discharge, civilian life hadn't been kind. The skills that kept me alive in Afghanistan didn't translate well to job applications. My savings had dwindled, and the cabin I'd inherited from my grandfather, the one place that felt like home, needed repairs I couldn't afford. So when they offered me a contract rate that would cover 6 months of expenses for a 2-week reconnaissance mission, I accepted without hesitation. They called it environmental assessment. I knew better. You don't send someone with my background to check water quality. The official briefing was vague: investigate unusual wildlife activity, document environmental anomalies. The unofficial briefing, delivered in hushed tones over secure channels, mentioned unexplained phenomena and possible predatory behavior inconsistent with known species. Local rangers had found footprints, massive impressions nearly twice the size of a human foot. They discovered strange hair samples that didn't match any cataloged wildlife. And they'd heard sounds in the night that made hardened outdoorsmen refuse to return to certain areas. I was skeptical. Growing up, I'd heard all the stories, the Enold Lucia, skinwalkers, the Tse-Nine-Ali, rock monsters, and countless others. My grandfather taught me these weren't just legends but warnings wrapped in stories, meant to keep us safe from very real dangers. But I also knew that fear transforms the ordinary. A bear becomes a monster. Wine through canyon walls becomes voices. The mind creates patterns where none exist. I take another sip of coffee, bitter and strong. Tomorrow I'll begin my search pattern through Bear Canyon, where the last hikers were seen. I've packed my grandfather's medicine bundle alongside my military-grade gear. Some might call it superstition, but I consider it respect for both my heritage and the unknown. As I prepare to turn in for the night, something catches my attention. A sound, not the wind, not the cabin settling. Something moving outside, heavy footfalls crushing pine needles and small branches. Too deliberate for deer. Too heavy for a coyote. I extinguish the lamp and move silently to the window, peering into the darkness between the trees. For a moment, there's nothing. Then, at the edge of the clearing, something shifts in the shadows. Something tall. Something watching. The desert wind carries secrets. Tonight, I feel like it's carrying a warning meant just for me. Dawn breaks cold and clear over the rim country. I've been awake for hours, checking and rechecking my equipment. Standard protocol: water, rations, first aid, communications. My satellite phone shows no signal, but that's expected in these canyons. I've brought my grandfather's old compass alongside my GPS unit. Technology fails, but the Earth's magnetic field remains constant. The morning ritual grounds me. I brew coffee over a small fire, offer a pinch of cornmeal to the directions east first, where the sun rises. It's how a Higa taught me to begin each day, a connection to the land and those who came before. Some of my army buddies used to tease me about these ceremonies, but even the most skeptical respected results. In Afghanistan, my unit never lost a man under my guidance. I shoulder my pack and lock the cabin. The forest feels different today, quieter, as if holding its breath. I follow game trails down into Bear Canyon, marking my path with small cairns that look natural enough not to attract attention but distinctive enough for me to recognize. According to my briefing, the missing hikers were last seen entering the canyon from the northeastern ridge. Their planned route would have taken them to Whispering Falls, then along the creek to the ancient cliff dwellings. Simple, straightforward. A 3-day hike at most. By midday, I've reached the falls. They're not impressive in size, but the water cascades over a series of smooth-worn volcanic rocks, creating an unusual acoustic effect, a constant murmur that sounds almost like distant conversation. I understand the name now. I find the first anomaly here. Beside the pool beneath the falls, clear boot prints in the mud show where the hikers stopped. The prints lead away toward the cliff path, normal and evenly spaced. Then, abruptly, they change. The stride lengthens dramatically. The impressions deepen, as if they suddenly carried much more weight or began running. And there are other prints overlaid on theirs. Enormous, at least 20 inches long, with what appears to be 5 toes. Not bear, the shape is all wrong. Not any animal I recognize from training or experience. I photograph everything, measure, take samples of the surrounding soil. My military training keeps me methodical, but my grandfather's teachings make the hair on my neck stand up. Something hunted these people. Following the trail leads me deeper into the canyon. The cliff dwellings appear above me, ancient windows and doors gazing down like empty eye sockets. My people didn't build these, they were abandoned centuries before the dying came to this land. The Anasazi, the ancient ones, vanished mysteriously, leaving only their stone houses and broken pottery behind. As the sun begins its descent, I find myself at the cliff base. There's a narrow crack in the rock face, easily missed unless you're tracking carefully. The footprints, both human and otherwise, lead directly into it. I switch on my tactical light and peer inside. The crack widens immediately into a tunnel, the floor smooth from water erosion. The air flowing up feels cool and damp, carrying an unfamiliar odor, musty, organic, with an underlying sweetness like rotting fruit. My instincts scream warning. Night is approaching. Entering an unknown cave system alone, this late in the day, violates every survival principle. I should return to the cabin, report my findings, request backup. But then I hear it, faint but unmistakable. A human voice, calling for help. I unholster my sidearm, switch my light to its brightest setting, and step into the darkness. The walls close around me as the last of the daylight disappears behind. Only the sound of dripping water and my own careful breathing accompany me as I descend deeper into the earth. What I don't yet realize is that I'm being lured into the oldest trap in existence, the desperate cry of prey used by a predator. The tunnel narrows then widens, twisting like a snake through the living rock. I mark my path with luminescent tape, small strips that will guide me back to the surface. The air grows heavier, thick with moisture and that strange sweet rot smell that makes my stomach churn. I've been underground for perhaps 30 minutes when the tunnel opens into a large chamber. My light barely reaches the ceiling, lost in the darkness above. The floor descends in natural terraces toward a pool of black water, perfectly still, reflecting my light like a mirror. And there, beside the pool, I find the first body. It's one of the hikers, or what remains of him. The corpse lies face down, arms and legs splayed at unnatural angles. The backpack is still attached, torn open, contents scattered. I approach cautiously, weapon ready, and kneel beside him. The cause of death is immediately apparent. The back of the skull has been crushed by tremendous force. A single blow, delivered from above. But it's what's missing that disturbs me more. The body has been systematically stripped of meat, primarily from the muscle-dense areas, thighs, calves, buttocks, shoulders. Not torn or ripped, but cut away with precision. This isn't animal predation. This is harvesting. I photograph everything, fighting to maintain professional detachment. 8 years in combat zones prepared me for violence, but this calculated butchery feels different. Worse. As I stand, my light catches something across the pool, reflections, dozens of them, at varying heights along the far wall. I adjust my beam and feel my blood freeze. Eyes. Watching me. Not animal eyes, they're too symmetrical, too evenly spaced. And not just eyes. As I sweep my light across the wall, I can make out figures standing in natural alcoves in the rock. Tall, unnaturally thin, with elongated limbs and broad shoulders. Their skin, where visible, has a gray-brown coloration that almost blends with the stone. I count 8 figures before my training kicks in. I drop to a crouch, using the body as cover, and aim my weapon at the nearest form. U.S. Army. Identify yourselves. My voice echoes, distorted by the chamber acoustics. No response. No movement. I call out again, this time in Navajo, then in Apache. Nothing. Keeping my light and weapon trained on them, I edge around the pole for a closer look. As I approach, dread turns to confusion. They're not moving because they can't. These aren't living beings, they're desiccated corpses, propped upright in the alcoves. Some are recent, recognizable as the missing hikers. Others are far older, withered to leather and bone, wearing the tattered remains of clothing from different eras. Prospectors from the gold rush days. Spanish conquistadors in rusted armor. And older still, bodies adorned with ancient turquoise jewelry and yucca fiber sandals, Anasazi remains, preserved in the dry cave air. Generations of victims, displayed like trophies. Or warnings. A splash behind me shatters the silence. I spin, light flashing across the black water. Ripples spread from the center of the pool, but nothing breaks the surface. Then I hear it again, that human cry for help, echoing from a tunnel on the far side of the chamber. Closer now. More desperate. Logic tells me to retreat, to report what I've found. But if someone is still alive down here... I skirt the pool, careful to stay on dry rock. The new tunnel is smaller, requiring me to crouch. The walls here are different, covered with pictographs. Ancient handprints in red ochre. Stylized figures of men and an enormous, hunched creature with long arms. The sweet rot smell is overpowering now. I pull my tactical mask over my nose and mouth, but it barely helps. The air feels thick, almost gelatinous in my lungs. The voice calls again. A woman this time, sobbing my name. Team, please, help me. My name. Which no one on this mission should know. I stop, finger tightening on the trigger. My grandfather's teachings surge through my memory, stories of creatures that lure travelers by mimicking loved ones' voices. Of ancient things that lived in caves and preyed on the unwary. Just stories, I had always thought. Meant to keep children from wandering too far. The darkness ahead seems to deepen, to move with purpose. And suddenly I know with bone-deep certainty that I am not the hunter here. I never was. I am being hunted. And I've walked willingly into its lair. I back away slowly, weapon raised, every sense hyper-alert. The darkness at the tunnel's end seems to congeal, to take form. Something massive shifts in the shadows, just beyond my light's reach. Military training and indigenous instinct find perfect alignment in one command: run. I turn and sprint back toward the chamber, no longer concerned with stealth. Behind me, something gives chase. I can hear it moving, a sound like wet leather sliding over stone, punctuated by heavy footfalls that shake loose dust from the ceiling. I burst into the central chamber and race along the edge of the black pole. My light beam dances wildly across the mummified sentinels in their alcoves. In my peripheral vision, they seem to turn their heads to track my movement. The tunnel back to the surface is just ahead. I dive into it, scraping my shoulder on the narrow entrance. Behind me, something large impacts the rock, unable to fit through the opening. A furious howl echoes through the chamber, rage and hunger mingled in a sound no human throat could produce. I don't slow down. The tunnel twists upward, and I follow my luminescent markers, gasping for breath in the thick air. My light catches something ahead, a figure blocking the path. For an instant, I nearly fire, finger tightening on the trigger. Then recognition hits. It's one of the missing hikers, alive, a middle-aged man with a wild beard and torn clothing. He's emaciated, eyes white with terror. Run, he rasps. It can't fit through this passage, but there are other ways up. It knows every tunnel. Who are you? What is that thing? I demand, still keeping distance between us. James Blackwood. I was with the university research team. His voice is hoarse from disuse or screaming. We need to move. Now. I hesitate only a moment before nodding. Stay in front where I can see you. We continue upward, moving as quickly as the narrow passage allows. James seems to know the way, even without following my markers. As we climb, he speaks in breathless bursts. We came to study the cliff dwellings, found the cave entrance, thought we discovered an unknown Anasazi site. He pauses, sucking air. It let us explore for 2 days, mapping the tunnels, photographing the artifacts. Then it started taking us, one by one. What is it? I press. He glances back, eyes reflecting my light like an animal's. The Anasazi didn't abandon their settlements. They were hunted to extinction. By it. A distant howl echoes up from below, followed by what sounds like stone cracking. James increases his pace. The petroglyphs call it Seitaikihi, the hunger in the rock. Your people knew about it too. Called it something else. Say Nainali, I whisper. The rock monster from Navajo stories. My grandfather's warnings suddenly feel less like superstition and more like survival knowledge deliberately preserved. We reach a fork in the tunnel. James hesitates, glancing both ways. Left, he finally decides. This way's longer but narrower. Harder for it to follow. I follow, but something feels wrong. How long have you been down here? 12 days. Maybe 13. It keeps some victims alive, saves them for later. His voice breaks. The others from my team, they're all gone now. Another howl, closer this time. The walls vibrate with its force. It hunts by sound, James continues. And it can mimic voices, lure you deeper. He stops suddenly, turning to face me. Like how it called your name earlier. Ice spreads through my veins. I never told him about that. I raise my weapon. Who are you? His face remains impassive for a moment, then splits into a smile too wide for human anatomy. Smart, he says, but the voice has changed, deeper, resonant, with an underlying rasp like stone grinding on stone. Most don't realize until too late. I fire 3 rounds center mass. The impacts throw him against the tunnel wall, but instead of blood, the wounds leak a thick, black substance. It straightens, the smile growing impossibly whiter. The real James died days ago, Ranger Blackfeather. I've worn many skins over the centuries. Yours will serve me well. It lunges with inhuman speed. I fire again, aiming for the head, but it's already too close. We crash to the ground, my weapon pinned between us. Up close, I can see the skin doesn't fit right, stretched too tight over a frame that's wrong, joints bending in impossible directions. Its strength is overwhelming. I can barely keep its face, James's face, now distorted with that too-wide grin, from reaching my throat. Its breath carries that sweet rot smell, now recognizable as the scent of decaying human flesh. My free hand frantically searches the ground beside me, finding a sharp rock fragment. I drive it into the thing's eye with all my strength. It rears back, howling, not in pain but in surprise. The moment is enough. I twist, breaking its grip, and scramble away. The tunnel ahead is too narrow for running, but I squeeze through as fast as possible, hearing it scrabbling behind me. The passage constricts further. I force myself through a gap barely wider than my shoulders. Behind me, the creature snarls in frustration, unable to follow. But I hear it retreating, moving fast. Looking for another route. I push forward, following my markers, praying they lead to the surface before it finds another way to intercept me. The tunnel gradually widens. I see natural light ahead, the exit. I emerge into twilight, the canyon bathed in the deep blue of approaching night. Without pausing, I put distance between myself and the cave entrance, climbing the steep path toward the rim. Only when I reach the cliff top do I allow myself to stop, gasping for clean air, muscles trembling from exertion and fading adrenaline. Below me, the cave entrance is a black wound in the canyon wall. As I watch, a figure emerges, not James anymore, but something taller, its proportions wrong in ways that hurt the eye. It looks up, directly at me, and even at this distance, I can see its smile. It raises an arm in what almost seems like a farewell gesture. Or a promise. I know with cold certainty that our encounter isn't over. It's merely paused. Night is falling. I need to reach the cabin before darkness claims the forest. Because now I understand what stalks these woods after sunset. What has been taking hikers and hunters for generations. And I know it's hunting me specifically now. It knows my name. Knows my scent. Knows I've seen its secret place. I check my weapon, reload, and begin the long trek back, eyes constantly scanning the growing shadows among the trees. The trek back to the cabin becomes a nightmare of hypervigilance. Every shadow might be it. Every sound could signal its approach. The forest, once familiar, now feels alien and hostile. Night falls completely before I'm halfway back. I use my light sparingly, concerned it might make me more visible to whatever's pursuing me. The moon is a thin crescent, offering little illumination through the pine branches overhead. My satellite phone still shows no signal. I'm entirely alone. An hour into the darkness, I hear something moving parallel to my path, keeping pace about 50 yards to my right. Heavy footfalls, deliberately placed. Not trying to hide its presence. Wanting me to know I'm being stalked. I change direction several times. It adjusts, always maintaining that same distance. Close enough to track me, just far enough that I can't get a clear look at it. Psychological warfare. It's playing with me. When the cabin finally comes into view, relief floods through me, then immediately evaporates. The door stands open, swinging gently in the night breeze. The windows are dark. I know I locked everything before leaving. I approach cautiously, weapon ready. The cabin's interior is pitch black. My tactical light reveals the main room and flashes furniture overturned, my maps scattered, food supplies torn open and strewn across the floor. But it's the walls that make my blood freeze. Every available surface is covered with handprints, the same red ochre handprints I saw in the cave. Hundreds of them, overlapping, surrounding crude drawings of stick figures being stalked by a hulking, long-armed shape. A message. Or a declaration of ownership. I back out of the cabin, unwilling to be trapped inside. The forest suddenly seems safer than those marked walls that violated space. As I retreat, my light catches something on the cabin's exterior, fresh claw marks gouged deep into the wooden logs, at least 8 feet above the ground. Far higher than any bear could reach. I need to get to my vehicle, parked about a mile away at the Forestry Service road. I set off at a steady jog, preserving energy while covering ground as quickly as possible. The stalking presence returns, pacing me through the trees. This time, it's closer 30 yards than 20. Occasionally, I catch glimpses of movement, a figure that seems to flow between the pines rather than walk, unnaturally tall and fluid. The sweet rot smell reaches me even in the open air. And now there's sound, a low, rhythmic clicking, like stone tapping against stone. I increase my pace, fighting rising panic. The rational part of my brain catalogs options, weapons effective against an unknown entity, defensive positions if it attacks, escape routes. But an older part, the part that recognized the petroglyphs and understood the meaning of those handprints, is simply screaming, run. The forestry road appears ahead. My SUV sits where I left it, seeming impossibly distant. I break into a full sprint. Behind me, something crashes through the underbrush, all pretense of stealth abandoned. The clicking sound rises to a frenzied staccato. I reach the vehicle, fumbling for keys with sweat-slick fingers. As I unlock the door, movement reflects in the window, a towering shape emerging from the tree line, moving with terrible purpose. I throw myself inside, lock the doors, and jam the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life. Through the rearview mirror, I see it clearly for the first time. It stands at the edge of the road, fully 8 feet tall, its proportions a mockery of the human form. Impossibly long arms hang below its knees, ending in hands with elongated fingers tipped with stone-like claws. Its skin is a patchwork, some areas the gray-brown of cave rock, others recognizably human, stretched and stitched together in a grotesque collage. The face is the worst, mostly human but too wide, with an extended jaw housing multiple rows of crystalline teeth that catch the moonlight like shards of glass. It isn't a man in a costume. It isn't a misidentified animal. It's exactly what the stories describe, say Nine Ali, the rock monster, a predator so ancient it was hunting humans before my ancestors had names for it. I floor the accelerator. The SUV lurches forward, tires spinning on the dirt road. In the mirror, I see the creature drop to all fours and give chase, moving with terrible speed. For several heart-stopping moments, it keeps pace with the vehicle. I push the engine harder, the chassis rattling over the uneven road. Finally, gradually, it falls behind, becoming a diminishing silhouette in the dust cloud. I drive recklessly, desperate to put distance between us. The road winds down from the high country toward the reservation and civilization. My hands shake on the steering wheel, adrenaline still coursing through my system. An hour later, I reach the main highway. Streetlights and passing cars have never looked so beautiful. I pull into the first gas station I see and sit there, engine idling, trying to process what I've experienced. My satellite phone shows signal now. I have calls to make to my military contact, to the Forestry Service, to the tribal police. Warnings to issue. Evidence to share. But as I reach for the phone, doubt creeps in. Who would believe me? What evidence do I actually have? Some footprints, cave photos that could be explained away, and a story about a legendary monster. I stare at the phone screen, thumb hovering over the call button, when movement outside the window catches my eye. A tall figure stands at the edge of the gas station's pool of light. Not the creature, a man, ordinary in every way except for his smile, which stretches slightly too wide across his face. He raises a hand in greeting. A promise. And I understand with perfect clarity, this isn't over. It's following me down from the mountains. Into the world of streetlights and people. The hunt continues. 3 weeks have passed since my escape from Bear Canyon. I've relocated to Phoenix, losing myself in the anonymity of the city. I filed my report, clinical, factual, stripped of anything that sounded too fantastical. Unusual predator activity. Evidence of territorial marking. Possible human casualties. Recommendation: restrict access to the area pending further investigation. They accepted it without question. Wilderness areas get closed all the time for less. Perhaps they'd already seen similar reports before, from others who encountered what I did but found more believable words to describe it. I haven't gone back to the reservation. Haven't contacted family. Better they don't become targets if it's still hunting me. And it is. I know it is. I've seen it 3 times since coming to the city. Once, standing across a crowded street, wearing a different human appearance but with that same too-wide smile. Once, watching from a park bench as I bought coffee, its elongated fingers drumming that rhythmic clicking against the metal armrest. And once, most terrifyingly, as a shadow outside my apartment window 20 stories up. It's playing a longer game now. Learning the urban environment. Studying my patterns. Waiting for the perfect moment. I've spent my days researching, pulling together fragments from tribal stories, archaeological records, missing persons reports spanning centuries. The pattern is clear once you know what to look for: disappearances clustered around cave systems throughout the Southwest. Ancient petroglyphs depicting the same tall, long-armed figure. Warning stories from multiple tribes, using different names but describing identical entities. Say Nine Ali. Say Taikihi. Big man of the mountain. The hunger in the rock. The oldest accounts suggest there were once many of them, a species that predated human settlement in the Americas. Cave dwellers that saw the first humans as simply a new food source. Most were hunted to extinction as tribes learned their weaknesses and fought back. But a few, perhaps just this one, survived by becoming more cunning. More patient. More adaptable. I've armed myself as best I can. My military weapons remain effective, but I've added elements from traditional knowledge: obsidian blades, certain herbs burned to mask human scent, protective prayers etched into leather cords I wear constantly. Tonight, I sit in my apartment, watching the city lights through the window. The street below teems with people enjoying the weekend nightlife, oblivious to what walks among them. From this height, they look small, vulnerable. Prey animals unaware of the predator in their midst. My phone rings, the special line I established for my military contact. I answer on the first ring. Blackfeather. His voice is tense. We've got a situation at the site. 3 Forestry Service rangers went missing during the initial assessment. Search team found. He pauses. Evidence consistent with your report. I told you to keep people out of there, I say flatly. Orders came from above. Listen, we need you back on site. You're the only one who's been inside the cave system and made it out. I close my eyes, feeling the weight of inevitability. It's not there anymore. What do you mean? It's here. In Phoenix. I don't elaborate. He wouldn't believe me anyway. Silence on the line, then, we need you back, Keem. Whatever this is, it's escalating. 3 more hikers disappeared yesterday, different location, same MO. If there's more than one of these predators, I cut him off. There isn't. It's just one. It's always been just one. Then help us find it and end this. After we disconnect, I stand at the window for a long time, weighing options. Return to the mountains, track it on terrain it knows intimately, with backup that doesn't understand what they're hunting. Or continue this urban cat-and-mouse game, alone but on ground I choose. Movement in the reflection catches my eye, a figure standing behind me in my own apartment. I spin, weapon already drawn. Nothing. Empty room. But on the wall, illuminated by the city glow through the window, is a fresh handprint. Red ochre. Still wet. It's been here. In my space. While I talked on the phone. The message is clear, there is no safe place. No escape. The hunt will continue until one of us is dead. I make my decision. I'll return to the mountains, to Bear Canyon. Not with the military team, they would only become additional victims. I'll go alone, on my terms, with the weapons and knowledge I've gathered. I understand now what my grandfather was preparing me for all those years. The stories weren't just cultural heritage, they were survival guides, passed down by those who had encountered these predators before. Fought them. Sometimes won. As I pack for the return journey, I feel a strange calm settle over me. Fear remains, but beneath it is something older, more primal. The recognition that I am both hunter and hunted. That this dance between predator and prey has played out countless times through human history. I am Keem Blackfeather, grandson of a Higa, descendant of warriors who have faced this creature before. I carry their knowledge in my blood, their stories in my mind, their strength in my hands. Tomorrow I return to the canyon, to the ancient battlefield where this conflict has played out for generations. To finish what began 3 weeks ago. The desert wind carries secrets. Tomorrow, it will carry my challenge. To the creature that hunts me, I am coming for you now. Three weeks ago, I was sitting in my ramshackle cabin outside Flagstaff, staring at a stack of overdue bills. My grandfather built the place with his own hands, simple, sturdy, with wide windows that framed the mountains. I loved that view, but lately it had become a cruel reminder of how trapped I'd become. After 2 tours in Afghanistan, the transition to civilian life hit me harder than expected. The VA checks weren't cutting it, and my skills didn't translate well to the local job market. Then came the call. Special assignment. Classified. Good pay. Morning, Sergeant Nakohi. Colonel Peterson had greeted me at Fort Huachuca. My birth name, Nakohi, meaning bear, felt strange coming from his mouth. Most people just called me Nathan. We need someone with your particular background, he continued, sliding a folder across the desk. Someone who knows the land, who understands the old ways. Being Apache had suddenly become an asset rather than something to downplay. The irony wasn't lost on me. The assignment: investigate strange occurrences in a remote section of the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. Locals reported unusual sounds, unexplained disappearances. The official story was environmental assessment, but Peterson's eyes told a different tale. "Your grandfather was a medicine man, wasn't he?" he asked. I nodded, remembering grandfather's stories by firelight. Tales of skinwalkers and forest spirits. Warnings about places where the veil between worlds grows thin. "The tribal elders won't talk to us," Peterson admitted. "But they might talk to you." Now, following coordinates to a location few maps acknowledge, I understand why the military wants someone with my background. This forest feels wrong. The birds have gone silent. The usual forest scents, pine sap, damp earth, are overtaken by something else. Something musky and primal. I check my GPS again. According to intelligence, 3 hikers vanished in this area over the past month. Local rangers found abandoned campsites, equipment scattered as if the occupants fled in panic. One site contained a camera with corrupted footage and a journal with increasingly paranoid entries about something watching from the trees. As I push deeper into the forest, my training kicks in. 20 yards ahead, branches have been snapped at an unnatural height, 8 feet at least. Too high for deer, too deliberate for wind damage. The break pattern doesn't match bear activity. I kneel, examining the forest floor. The soil tells stories to those who know how to read it. Here, a depression too large for conventional wildlife. Partial footprint, but distorted, nearly twice the size of my own boot. My grandfather's voice echoes in my memory: "Respect the forest, and it may spare you. Fear it, and it will smell your fear." Night approaches quickly at this elevation. I need shelter, but something warns me against camping in the open. Ahead, a rocky outcropping might provide cover. As I move toward it, a sound stops me cold, a low, guttural moan that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. I unsling my rifle, scanning the tree line. Nothing moves, yet I feel watched. The radio at my hip crackles with static. It shouldn't. The equipment is military grade, designed to function in remote areas. I key the mic anyway. "Base, this is Nakohi. Do you copy?" Only static answers, punctuated by what sounds almost like words too distorted to understand, yet carrying unmistakable intent. I switch off the radio and continue toward the outcropping, fighting the growing certainty that I've made a terrible mistake by coming here. As darkness falls, I can't shake the feeling that whatever I've been sent to find is actually finding me. The night passes fitfully. Dreams of running through endless forest corridors, pursued by something I dare not face. I wake before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the mountain chill. My training dictates movement at first light. Stay mobile. Survey the terrain. Establish contact with command. But something about this place disrupts protocol. Radio signals remain dead, and my compass needle spins erratically. Grandfather taught me to read the land when modern tools fail. The moss pattern on trees, the movement of ants, the direction of prevailing winds, these become my guides as I push deeper into the restricted zone. By midday, I discover the first concrete evidence that I'm not alone. A clearing, roughly circular, where the forest floor has been cleared of debris. At its center, a crude arrangement of stones surrounds what appears to be a fire pit, though no fire has burned here recently. I crouch, examining the arrangement. Not random, the stones form a pattern reminiscent of the symbols my grandfather would draw when preparing for certain ceremonies. Protection symbols. Warning symbols. A twig snaps behind me. I whirl, rifle raised, but see only trees swaying in the breeze. Yet there is no breeze. The air hangs still and heavy, thick with anticipation. Who's there? My voice sounds thin in the vast silence. No answer comes, but as I scan the tree line, something moves just beyond my peripheral vision, a shadow darker than the forest shadows, tall and broad-shouldered. I swing my rifle toward the movement, but it's gone. Only disturbed underbrush marks where something passed. Following the trail leads me to a stream cutting through the forest. The water runs clear and cold over smooth stones. I refill my canteen, grateful for the resource, when something catches my eye, a reflection in the water that doesn't match the forest above. For just a moment, I see a face, not my own. Broad, flat features. Deep-set eyes beneath a heavy brow. Then the water ripples, and it's gone. My grandfather once spoke of forest spirits that could appear in still water. Never look too long, he warned. Some reflections pull you in. I back away from the stream, scanning my surroundings with renewed vigilance. The military briefing mentioned nothing about indigenous legends, yet Peterson's interest in my heritage suggests they know more than they shared. A mile farther, I discover fresh tracks unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong in proportion. Nearly 18 inches long, with 5 toes splayed wider than any human foot. The stride length measures almost 7 feet. I photograph the prints with my tactical camera, though I'm unsure if I'll ever have the chance to share the evidence. The feeling of isolation grows stronger with each passing hour. Late afternoon brings me to a rock formation rising from the forest floor like broken teeth. Natural caves puncture its base, dark mouths leading into the earth. My orders mentioned investigating any unusual geological features, but something about these caves feels forbidden. I approach cautiously, tactical light probing the darkness. The beam falls on something near the entrance of the largest cave, a backpack, torn and weather-damaged but recognizable as standard hiking gear. One of the missing tourists. Duty compels me forward despite every instinct screaming retreat. The cave mouth yawns before me, exhaling cool, damp air that carries an unfamiliar odor, musty, animal, yet with undertones of something else. Something that raises the hair on my neck. 10 feet inside, my light reveals claw marks scoring the stone walls. Not bare, the spacing is wrong. The scratches rise higher than I can reach, gouged deep into solid rock by something with tremendous strength. Deeper in, the passage narrows and slopes downward. Water drips from unseen heights, creating eerie echoes that play tricks on the ear. I'm certain I hear breathing, slow, deep respirations that don't match my own quickened pants. The tunnel branches. I mark my path with small reflective markers, though I increasingly doubt I'll find my way back to sunlight. The military wants information, but what exactly am I tracking? What am I meant to find? A memory surfaces, grandfather speaking of places where the world thins. There are doorways in the deep places, he told me. Caves where the ancient ones still dwell. The people before people. The first hunters. The passage opens suddenly into a chamber large enough that my light cannot reach its boundaries. The air here feels different, charged, as if before a storm. My radio crackles to life unexpectedly, emitting a burst of static followed by a single word in what sounds like my grandfather's voice. Run. Movement registers at the edge of my light beam, massive, swift, and deliberate. Then darkness as something strikes my hand, sending the tactical light spinning away. In the instant before darkness claims everything, I glimpse my pursuer, tall, broad, covered in dark hair, with eyes reflecting red in my fading light beam. The stories were real. And I am being hunted. Darkness becomes my ally. While my pursuer has the advantage of familiarity with these tunnels, I've trained for night operations. I slow my breathing, relying on senses beyond sight. The creature moves with surprising stealth for its size. Occasional scrapes against stone are my only indication of its position as I press myself into a narrow crevice. Its breathing heavy, rhythmic passes close enough that I feel warm exhalations against my face. A musky odor envelopes me, primal and unmistakably predatory. Minutes stretch like hours before the sounds recede deeper into the cave system. Only then do I allow myself to move, feeling along the wall toward where I believe the entrance lies. My fingers trace the reflective markers I left earlier, each one a beacon guiding me back to daylight. When I finally emerge from the cave, the forest has transformed. Twilight bathes everything in murky half-light, making familiar shapes sinister. I need shelter before full darkness, but not here, not near these caves. I move rapidly downslope, putting distance between myself and whatever dwells in those tunnels. My mind races with possible explanations. Some undocumented species? A military experiment gone wrong? Or something else entirely, something the elders warned about in stories dismissed as mere superstition? 2 miles from the caves, I find a defensible position, a natural depression surrounded by boulders, with clear sight lines to approaching threats. I establish a minimal camp, foregoing fire despite the dropping temperature. Better cold than detected. As I check my equipment, I discover my satellite phone damaged, likely during my hasty retreat from the cave. The radio remains functional but produces only static. I'm effectively cut off from command. Night deepens. The forest comes alive with sounds, not normal nocturnal wildlife, but something orchestrated, almost like communication. Whoops and howls exchange across distances, answered by wood knocks that cannot be explained by natural phenomena. I review what I know. The tracks, humanoid but oversized. The strength, enough to score solid rock. The intelligence, evident in its hunting strategy. All consistent with what locals call Sasquatch or Bigfoot, though the military briefing studiously avoided such terminology. What the briefing didn't mention was why they were interested. Wildlife, even undocumented species, doesn't typically warrant classified military investigation unless there's strategic value. What does Peterson really want me to find? A memory surfaces, grandfather performing a blessing ceremony before I left for Afghanistan. You carry our people's blood, he said. It will protect you from some dangers, but it makes you visible to others. There are old ones who remember when Apache were new to these lands. I dismissed his concerns then. Now, alone in this ancient forest, his warnings take on new significance. Movement flickers at the edge of my vision, too coordinated for shadows, too deliberate for wildlife. I raise my night vision scope, scanning the tree-line. 3 distinct heat signatures move between trunks, maintaining precise formation. Not animals, their movement patterns suggest tactical positioning. They're flanking my position. I abandon the campsite, moving quietly through underbrush toward a rocky ridge. If I can gain elevation, I might stand a chance of observing without being observed. Halfway up the slope, a sound stops me cold, a low, melancholy call that seems to resonate directly in my chest rather than my ears. It carries meaning beyond words, stirring emotions I cannot name. Grief. Recognition. Warning. The forest falls silent in its wake. I reach the ridge top and settle behind an outcropping. Below, moonlight illuminates 3 figures entering my abandoned campsite. Their movements are fluid, coordinated. They examine the ground, clearly reading the signs I've left. One kneels, touching the earth where I sat, then raises fingers to its face, smelling my scent. They're tracking me. Through my scope, I can make out details that defy conventional explanation. They stand between 7 and 9 feet tall, broadly built, covered in dark hair. Their faces combine simian and human features, heavy brow ridges over deep-set eyes that reflect light like a predator's. But it's their behavior that chills me most. They communicate through complex gestures, examining my equipment with obvious intelligence. One finds my damaged satellite phone and studies it with what can only be described as recognition. These aren't mindless beasts. They understand human technology. One suddenly looks up, staring directly at my position despite my careful concealment. It makes a gesture, and all 3 melt into the forest with impossible silence for creatures their size. I don't delude myself that I've escaped detection. They know exactly where I am. They're either retreating or repositioning. As if confirming my fears, a new sound emerges from the darkness behind me. I turn slowly, rifle raised, to find myself facing what I can only describe as their elder. Taller than the others, with silver-shot fur and eyes that hold unmistakable intelligence. It makes no move to attack. Instead, it extends an enormous hand, palm up, a universal gesture of showing peaceful intent. In its other hand, it holds something that stops my breath, a military dog tag. Not mine, but bearing the name of a soldier reported missing in these mountains during a training exercise 3 years ago. The message is clear, it knows who and what I am. And it has encountered my kind before. Dawn breaks hesitantly over the mountains, revealing a landscape transformed by overnight fog. I've moved again after my encounter with the elder creature, finding shelter beneath a fallen sequoia. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds that might have been pursuit or merely forest life continuing its ancient rhythms. The dog tag weighs heavy in my pocket. I accepted it from the creature. What choice did I have? It seemed an exchange of information. Recognition. As I prepared to continue my mission, questions plagued me. Were these creatures what I was truly sent to find? Or is there something else in these woods, something even they fear? Grandfather's stories returned to me. He spoke of the hairy ones as guardians, not threats. They were here before us, he'd say. They watch the boundaries between worlds. When they show themselves, it means balance has been disturbed. The military knows something they didn't share. Peterson's interest in my heritage, the specificity of this location, the careful avoidance of local legends in the briefing all suggest an agenda beyond simple investigation. I check my compass again. Still malfunctioning. My watch too has stopped, though the digital display on my tactical gear remains operational. Some localized electromagnetic anomaly? Maybe, but my grandfather would suggest another explanation. Time moves differently in places where worlds overlap. Moving cautiously through morning mist, I follow what appears to be a game trail. The forest feels different today, watchful but not threatening. I sense I'm being allowed to proceed rather than hunted. The trail leads to a clearing unlike any natural formation I've seen. Perfectly circular, perhaps 50 yards across, where nothing grows, no trees, no undergrowth, just bare earth that appears scorched in spiral patterns. At its center stands a stone structure resembling an altar. Ancient, weather-worn symbols cover its surface, some I recognize from my grandfather's teachings, others entirely unfamiliar. The stone itself seems wrong somehow, not native to these mountains, with a faint luminescence visible even in daylight. My radio crackles to life unexpectedly. Call, report position. Repeat, Sergeant Nakohi, report position. Peterson's voice, breaking through static. I key the mic. This is Nakohi. I'm approximately 6 miles northeast of insertion point. I've made contact. Silence, then, nature of contact? I hesitate, weighing my response. Indigenous entities. Intelligent. Aware of our presence and purpose. More static, then Peterson's voice returns, tight with what sounds like anticipation. Have you located the site? Affirmative. Circular clearing with central stone structure. Excellent. His tone changes, dropping professional pretense. Listen carefully, Nakohi. There's a chamber beneath the altar. We need you to access it and confirm the presence of artifacts. Specifically, look for a cylindrical object approximately 2 feet in length. Metallic, with inscriptions. The mission parameters shift into focus. Not wildlife research. Not even cryptid investigation. They're after something these creatures guard, something hidden. Sir, with respect, what am I really looking for? What's down there? Peterson's pause speaks volumes. That's need to know, Sergeant. But I'll give you this much, your grandfather might have called it medicine. Very old, very powerful medicine. The radio dies again, leaving me alone with this revelation. Military interest in indigenous medicine has historical precedents, none of them benevolent toward my people. Examining the altar reveals what I missed initially, a seam running along its base, suggesting it can be moved. Applying pressure to one side causes ancient mechanisms to activate. Stone grinds against stone as a section of the altar slides away, revealing steps descending into darkness. The air that rises from below carries the same charged quality I felt in the cave, but stronger, metallic, almost electric. My skin prickles with warning. I activate my tactical light and begin the descent, counting steps. 27 before the passage levels out into a chamber that defies explanation. The walls gleam with embedded material resembling both metal and crystal, casting prismatic reflections from my light beam. Intricate patterns cover every surface, not carved but seemingly grown into the substance itself. They shift subtly as I move, creating an unsettling sense of animation. At the chamber's center stands a pedestal of the same mysterious material. Upon it rests exactly what Peterson described: a cylindrical object approximately 2 feet long, composed of what appears to be an unknown alloy. Its surface bears inscriptions that seem to float just beneath the translucent outer layer. But it's what the cylinder contains that arrests my attention. Within, visible through its semi-transparent shell, something pulses with its own light, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. As I approach, the pulse quickens. The inscriptions begin to glow, reacting to my presence. Or perhaps to my blood, to what grandfather called my connection to this land. I reach for the cylinder, driven by mission parameters despite growing certainty that this object was never meant for military possession. My fingers hover inches away when movement behind me freezes me in place. I turn slowly, light revealing what I both expected and feared. The elder creature stands in the chamber entrance. Not threatening, not advancing, simply watching with ancient eyes that hold knowledge no human archive contains. It gestures toward the cylinder, then to the inscriptions on the wall, trying to communicate something vital. I follow its indication to a section of wall where the patterns form a narrative sequence. Figures resembling the creatures. Others resembling humans. And a third form, neither animal nor human, depicted emerging from a cylindrical object identical to the one before me. The wall shows destruction following this emergence, landscapes transformed, beings consumed. The message becomes clear. This is no medicine, no artifact. It's a prison. And whatever it contains was sealed here for a reason. The creature meets my gaze, intelligence to intelligence, guardian to intruder. In that moment, understanding passes between us without words. Peterson doesn't know what he's asking me to release. Or perhaps he does, and the consequences don't concern him. Either way, I face a choice that transcends military duty. I key my radio. "Colonel, I've located the chamber. There's something you should know about this artifact." Static answers my transmission, then Peterson's voice cuts through, unusually urgent: "Secure the artifact immediately. Extraction team is inbound to your last known coordinates." "Sir, I don't think you understand what this is," I respond, eyes still locked with the creatures. The cylinder appears to be containing something. The indigenous entities are clearly protecting. "Those are not indigenous entities," Peterson interrupts, voice hardening. "They're test subjects. Evolutionary experiments from the 60s that escaped containment. Highly dangerous and delusional. The cylinder contains the control mechanism." The creature watches me process this information, its expression unreadable yet somehow conveying sadness. It makes no move to stop me, yet its presence fills the chamber with silent warning. "With respect, sir, that doesn't align with what I'm seeing," I reply carefully. "These beings are communicating complex concepts. They understand our technology. And these chamber inscriptions predate any modern experimentation by centuries, possibly millennia." Peterson's laugh lacks humor. "Your grandfather's stories have compromised your objectivity, Sergeant. Those inscriptions are fabricated environmental triggers designed to activate specific responses in the subjects. The entire site is a controlled research environment." His explanation falters against what stands before me, not a lab animal but a being whose eyes hold wisdom accumulated across ages. "Extraction team ETA 20 minutes, Peterson continues. Secure the artifact and move to the clearing for pickup." The radio falls silent, leaving me with an impossible decision. Follow orders or trust what every instinct tells me is true. The creature extends its massive hand toward me, palm up as before. A gesture not of threat but offering choice. I place my hand on its palm, feeling rough calluses and surprising warmth. Images flood my mind, not words but knowledge transmitted directly. These beings, calling themselves the Numway, First Watchers, in my mental translation, have guarded this place since before human memory. The cylinder contains an entity they call the Devourer, something that fell from the stars in ancient times, bringing destruction wherever it touched. The Numway imprisoned it using knowledge from those who came before even them, becoming its eternal guardians. They've watched humanity rise, observed our civilizations from hidden places, intervening only when our ignorance threatened to release what they guard. They've been mistaken for gods, demons, cryptids, allowing these misidentifications as camouflage for their true purpose. The military discovered this site not by accident but through systematic analysis of historical accounts, radiation anomalies, and disappearances. Their interest lies not in capturing the Guardians but in weaponizing what they protect. As these revelations fade, I understand my grandfather's cryptic warnings before this mission. He knew, or at least suspected, what waited in these mountains. His stories weren't superstition but preparation, ensuring I would recognize truth when I encountered it. The creature, the Guardian, releases my hand and steps aside, neither preventing nor encouraging my next action. The choice remains mine alone. My radio crackles again. Nakohi, confirm acquisition of the artifact. I stare at the cylinder, its rhythmic pulsing now seeming malevolent rather than mysterious. Within, something ancient and patient waits for freedom, something that considers humans and Guardians alike as mere obstacles to its purpose. Unable to comply, sir, I respond finally. The artifact appears to be booby-trapped. Attempting to move it would be catastrophic. A long silence follows before Peterson responds, voice tight with controlled rage. That's a direct order, Sergeant. Your career and freedom depend on compliance. Understood, sir. But I can't in good conscience. The transmission cuts off abruptly, replaced by a new voice, deeper, authoritative. Sergeant Nakohi, this is General Blackwood. Stand down. I repeat, stand down and withdraw from the chamber immediately. This unexpected development freezes me mid-response. Blackwood outranks Peterson by several levels. What is he doing on this channel? Sir? I manage, confusion evident in my voice. Operation Fallen Star has been compromised, Blackwood continues. Colonel Peterson is no longer in command. His intentions regarding the artifact have been deemed contrary to national security protocols. The Guardian watches this exchange, alert to the shift in dynamics. Return to the surface, Blackwood orders. Leave the artifact undisturbed. A specialized containment team will assess the situation. Sir, there are indigenous Guardians at this location. Non-human sentients protecting the artifact. They're intelligent and have been peaceful despite provocation. A pause, then, acknowledged, Sergeant. Can you communicate with these entities? Limited communication, sir. They appear to understand our language and can convey concepts telepathically. Another pause. Inform them that we acknowledge their stewardship. The United States government wishes to establish diplomatic contact rather than confrontation. Withdrawal of all military personnel will commence immediately pending proper protocols. The Guardian's posture changes subtly, still wary but less defensive. It has understood every word. As I prepare to leave the chamber, following Blackwood's orders, the Guardian touches my shoulder. Another image forms in my mind, the cylinder's prison weakening, its occupant growing stronger. The message is clear, whatever temporary resolution has been reached, the danger remains. I nod my understanding. Then, in English, knowing the Guardian comprehends, I'll make sure they understand what's at stake. This isn't over. The Guardian inclines its head, acknowledgement between equals. As I ascend the steps toward daylight, I realize my role has fundamentally changed. No longer simply a soldier following orders, I've become something else, a bridge between worlds. Between human ambition and ancient wisdom. Above, an extraction helicopter approaches. But the forest secrets I've glimpsed will travel with me long after I leave these mountains behind. 2 weeks after my extraction from the Arizona islands, I sit in a secure debriefing facility at an undisclosed location. The room's sterile environment, white walls, surveillance cameras, biometric sensors, contrasts sharply with the primal forces I encountered in the forest. Across the table, General Blackwood studies me with calculating eyes. Unlike Peterson, whose ambition blinded him to consequences, Blackwood possesses the weathered caution of someone who has glimpsed things beyond conventional understanding. Your report makes for fascinating reading, Sergeant, he says finally, tapping the classified folder between us. Beings that predate human civilization. A prison for an entity from beyond our world. Telepathic communication. He leans forward. Under normal circumstances, I'd recommend psychological evaluation. But these aren't normal circumstances, I finish for him. A thin smile acknowledges my perception. No, they are not. He activates a tablet, displaying satellite imagery of the clearing. Our remote sensors detected energy signatures unlike anything in our databases. The radiation pattern around the chamber entrance matches no known terrestrial source. He swipes to another image, thermal scanning showing massive heat signatures moving through the forest. And then there's your guardians. 17 distinct entities tracked by our systems before they somehow disappeared from our instruments. They know how to avoid detection, I offer. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Blackwood nods slowly. Colonel Peterson has been relieved of duty and placed under investigation. His obsession with weaponizing the cylinder compromised national security. Fortunately, his communications were flagged by certain oversight protocols. What goes unspoken, those protocols exist because we've encountered non-human intelligences before. This isn't the first contact, merely the most recent. What happens now? I ask. Officially? The area has been designated a restricted ecological research zone. No military presence, no civilian access. He closes the folder. Unofficially, we're establishing a dialogue. With the Guardians? With any non-human intelligence willing to communicate. Blackwood's expression remains carefully neutral. Your experience makes you uniquely qualified to facilitate this dialogue. Not an offer, an assignment. Yet one that aligns with what I've come to understand as my purpose. There's something you should know, I tell him, reaching into my pocket for the dog tag the Guardian gave me. They've encountered military personnel before. Not all interactions have been peaceful. Blackwood examines the tag, recognition flashing across his features. Private Lewis. Missing during night exercises, 2022. His body was never recovered. He looks up sharply. Did they kill him? I don't believe so. The tag was a message, a reminder that they've observed us for generations. They understand our hierarchies, our technologies, our weaknesses. And our threat, Blackwood adds. That too, I acknowledge. But mostly, they understand our ignorance. We're children playing with forces beyond our comprehension. Blackwood's expression hardens slightly. The United States military doesn't appreciate being condescended to, Sergeant, even by beings older than recorded history. With respect, sir, it's not condescension. It's perspective. They've guarded that prison for thousands of years without failure. We nearly released its occupant after less than a week of discovery. This lands as intended. Blackwood has read the complete analysis of the chamber inscriptions, translated partially through my recollection of the Guardian's telepathic knowledge. He knows what the cylinder contains, or at least, what our best linguists and xenobiologists theorize it contains. Your grandfather, he says unexpectedly. He knew something about this, didn't he? That's why Peterson sought you specifically. The question surprises me, though perhaps it shouldn't. Military intelligence would have thoroughly investigated my background. My grandfather was keeper of stories, I explain. Some passed down through generations of medicine men. Others, received directly from what he called the old ones of the forest. He communicated with them. Not a question. Yes. As did his father, and his father before him. Certain bloodlines are recognized by the Guardians. Certain individuals chosen as intermediaries. Blackwood absorbs this, recalibrating whatever operational plans he's formulating. And now you. I nod once. And now me. Which makes you valuable beyond measure to this program, he concludes. But also potentially compromised. Where do your loyalties lie, Sergeant? With the United States military, or with these Guardians? The question isn't unexpected, but its bluntness demands equal honesty. My loyalty is to protection, I answer carefully. Of humanity, of knowledge, of balance. The Guardians have maintained that balance since before our nation existed. If our interests align with theirs, as they should, then no conflict exists. And if they don't align? I meet his gaze steadily. Then I would suggest we reconsider our interests, sir. A long silence follows as Blackwood evaluates my response and me. Finally, he nods, seemingly satisfied. 2 days from now, you'll return to the site with a specialized contact team. Anthropologists, linguists, one theoretical physicist. No weapons, no extraction technology beyond emergency protocols. He stands, indicating our meeting has concluded. Your mission is to establish formal communication channels and preliminary diplomatic protocols. As I rise to leave, Blackwood adds, one last question, Sergeant. The Guardian, did it tell you its name? How it identifies itself? I consider the mental impression I received not precisely a name, but an identity concept. It translates roughly to he who remembers the stars before they changed, I explain. I believe it's both a name and a function, a living record of astronomical observations spanning millennia. Something like wonder briefly crosses Blackwood's features before his professional mask returns. Remarkable, he murmurs. Simply remarkable. Outside the facility, autumn paints the Virginia countryside in golds and crimsons. I breathe deeply, savoring natural air after hours of recycled atmosphere. My phone buzzes with a message, transportation details for my return to Arizona. As I read the coordinates, I feel a familiar sensation, the weight of watching eyes. Not threatening, not hostile. Simply aware. I look up, scanning the tree line bordering the facility. Nothing moves among the autumn foliage, yet I know with unshakable certainty, they are here too. Their territory extends far beyond Arizona mountains. Their guardianship encompasses more than a single prison. I smile slightly, a silent acknowledgement to unseen observers. Then I pocket my phone and walk toward the waiting vehicle, carrying knowledge few humans possess and responsibility fewer still could bear. The Guardians have watched us for millennia. Now, finally, we're learning to watch back, not as conquerors or exploiters, but as potential allies against terrors that predate our existence. Whether humanity is ready for this revelation remains to be seen. But I'll be there at the intersection, not just Apache and soldier, but something new, ambassador to the ancient ones who share our world from the shadows. And perhaps, if we prove worthy, they'll share their greatest secrets, how to guard not just against what lies imprisoned beneath the earth, but what waits beyond the stars. The sun dipped below the horizon as I pulled my worn army jacket tighter around my shoulders. 3 days into these Arizona mountains, and already the mission was going sideways. Special Forces training prepares you for a lot, but not for what I'd encountered in these ancient woods. I'm Sergeant First Class Coda Blackhawk, dying Navajo to most folks and third-generation Army. My grandfather served in Korea, my father in Desert Storm, and here I was, following invisible footsteps through territory my ancestors had known for centuries. The assignment had seemed straightforward when my commanding officer laid it out: investigate unusual activity in the Mogollon Rim region, possibly foreign surveillance tech hidden in the wilderness. Satellite imagery had picked up strange heat signatures, and as someone with both tracking skills and specialized tech training, I was the natural choice. Just you in the mountains for a week, Blackhawk, Colonel Weiss had said. Report back what you find. What they didn't mention was how these woods would feel alive in a way I couldn't explain, even to myself. I'd grown up on the reservation in a small cabin near Window Rock. My childhood was split between my grandmother's traditional teachings and my father's military discipline. From her, I learned the old stories, the respect for the land, the proper ways to hunt and move through wild places without disturbing their spirits. From him, I learned tactics, endurance, and how to keep emotions in check when things got rough. Both came in handy when the economy tanked 3 years ago. The modest savings I'd built up disappeared quickly when my mother's health deteriorated. Cancer doesn't care about your bank account, and treatment cost everything I had. After she passed, I threw myself into more dangerous assignments, the ones that paid better. Anything to escape the empty cabin and the crushing medical debt. This mission carried a substantial bonus, enough to finally clear what I owed and maybe start fresh. All I had to do was find whatever was causing those heat signatures and document it. Night fell completely as I made camp under a towering ponderosa pine. The forest here was old, older than the United States itself. My grandmother would have said such places had memory. As I built a small fire, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sleep came reluctantly, filled with disjointed dreams of shadowed figures moving just beyond my firelight. I woke suddenly at 2:17 a.m., my watch glowing in the darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, and all around me, the forest had gone completely silent. No insects. No night birds. Nothing. That's when I heard it, a low, rumbling sound, somewhere between a growl and human speech, coming from the ridge above my camp. Something massive moved through the underbrush, snapping branches like dry kindling. I reached for my rifle, training taking over, and scanned the darkness beyond my dying fire. The movement stopped. Then, clear as day, I heard what sounded like someone or something inhaling deeply, as if catching my scent. I tracked mountain lions, bears, and wolves throughout these mountains in my youth. This was something else entirely. Whatever it was retreated, heavy footfalls fading into the distance. I stayed alert until dawn, unable to shake the primal fear that had settled into my bones. When morning came, I found the tracks 18 inches long, humanoid, pressed an inch deep into hard soil. No human could leave marks like that. No known animal in these mountains matched the print pattern. I photographed the evidence and marked the coordinates. This wasn't foreign surveillance technology. This was something much older. Something my grandmother had warned me about in stories I dismissed as childhood lessons. The Dine have our own tales of giants and forest spirits, but this matched something from other tribal legends. Something the white settlers would later call Sasquatch or Bigfoot. I radioed base camp with a coded message indicating I was pursuing the target deeper into the mountain range. They wouldn't understand if I told them what I was really tracking. This was no longer just a mission for the army. This was personal. A test of everything I'd been taught by both worlds I belonged to. The terrain grew steeper as I followed the tracks into the heart of the Mogollon wilderness. Ancient volcanic formations created a maze of narrow canyons and hidden caves. My topographic map showed a network of unexplored caverns throughout the region, remnants from when this land was shaped by fire and upheaval. I checked my satellite phone, no signal. The GPS still functioned, but I was truly alone out here, deeper in the backcountry than most hikers or hunters ever ventured. The creature's trail led toward a sheer rock face that glowed amber in the afternoon light. Growing up on the reservation, I'd learned to live with little. Our cabin had been modest, 3 rooms with unreliable electricity and plumbing that worked only when it wanted to. My father's military pension and my mother's job at the tribal medical center kept us afloat, but never comfortable. We heated with wood and hunted for much of our meat. Those harsh conditions had prepared me for military life in ways my more privileged fellow soldiers couldn't understand. I'd always found peace in these mountains, fishing for trout in clear streams and tracking mule deer through aspen groves. The land spoke to those who knew how to listen. But now it seemed to be telling me to turn back, a warning carried on the wind that rattled through the ponderosa pines. As I approached the rock face, I noticed something unusual, a narrow fissure, partially concealed by boulder fall and dense vegetation. The creature's tracks led directly to this opening. Fresh breaks in the surrounding brush suggested something large had recently forced its way through. I hesitated. In Dine teachings, certain places belong to other beings, cave systems especially. My grandmother had taught me the proper prayers and offerings before entering such domains. But my military training pushed me forward. Document everything. Complete the mission. I switched on my tactical flashlight and squeezed through the gap, my pack scraping against rough stone. The passage widened after several claustrophobic yards, opening into a cathedral-like cavern. My light barely reached the distant ceiling, lost in stalactites that hummed like ancient teeth. The air was different here, cooler, but with an organic undertone that reminded me of wet fur and musk. Something lived in these caves. Perhaps many somethings. I followed a natural path down into the earth, marking my route with small reflective tabs, standard procedure for subterranean operations. The silence was absolute except for the occasional drip of water and my own controlled breathing. An hour into my descent, I found evidence of habitation. Not modern, not human. Something had created nesting areas in the wider chambers, beds of dry vegetation, some recently disturbed. Scattered bones of deer and elk showed signs of being cracked open, the marrow extracted. I documented everything with my camera, the flash momentarily illuminating corners of the cave that hadn't seen light in centuries. That's when I saw the paintings. Ochre and charcoal images spread across a smooth section of the cave wall, unmistakably created by human hands, but unlike any petroglyphs I'd studied before. They depicted tall, powerful figures moving among smaller human forms. Some scenes showed cooperation, others conflict. The art style suggested great age, yet the pigments looked surprisingly vibrant. My grandmother would have recognized these immediately. Stories passed down through generations described the relationship between the people and the Tall Ones, beings who dwelled in wild places, occasionally trading with tribes but more often avoiding contact, especially after European arrival. White anthropologists dismissed such stories as folklore. But the Dine, Apache, Hopi, and other nations of this region knew better. These beings were real, rare, intelligent, and increasingly reclusive as human development encroached on their territory. I was photographing a particularly detailed panel when I heard a cascade of small stones from a passage to my right, followed by heavy breathing. Not my own. My training took over. I killed my light immediately and silently moved to a defensive position behind a large stalagmite formation. In the sudden darkness, my other senses heightened. The breathing continued, now accompanied by what sounded like low, deliberate footsteps approaching my position. Whatever I'd been tracking was now tracking me. I controlled my breath, minimizing any sound. My hand found the grip of my sidearm, though something told me conventional weapons would be of little use against what approached. The footsteps stopped. In the perfect darkness, I felt a shift in the air pressure as something massive moved just feet from my position. I could smell it now, an earthy, primal scent unlike anything I'd encountered before. Then, impossibly, it spoke not in words, but in a series of deep, resonant vocalizations that vibrated in my chest. Communication, not random animal sounds. I remained frozen, mind racing through my options as the creature moved closer. My grandmother had taught me that respect was the key to surviving encounters with the powerful beings of this world. The military had taught me that understanding your opponent's capabilities was essential to survival. I needed both teachings now, as a massive hand reached through the darkness toward my hiding place. The hand paused, hovering in the darkness mere inches from where I crouched. I held my breath, calculating my odds. In this narrow space, with unknown terrain and an adversary that clearly knew these caves, combat would be suicidal. My only advantage might be communication. I slowly reached for the small leather pouch at my neck, a gift from my grandmother before I'd first deployed overseas. For protection, she'd said, and for speaking to those whose language you don't know. Inside was a mixture of sacred herbs and tobacco, meant as an offering. My fingers fumbled with the drawstring, and a few grains spilled onto the cave floor. The reaction was immediate. The massive figure retreated slightly, the breathing pattern changing. I sensed curiosity rather than aggression. Carefully, I removed a pinch of the mixture and extended my open palm, still concealed in darkness. "I come with respect," I said in Dine, then repeated in English. "I mean no harm to you or your home." A long silence followed. Then, something massive shifted position. I felt rather than saw the creature settle onto the ground several feet away, still blocking my exit, but no longer advancing. Taking a calculated risk, I activated my flashlight on its lowest setting, keeping the beam pointed downward. In the dim red glow, I caught my first clear glimpse of what I'd been tracking. The stories hadn't prepared me for the reality. Over 8 feet tall even in its crouched position, with a body covered in dark auburn hair, matted in places with clay or mud. Its face was more human than I'd expected, a prominent brow ridge shadowed deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a nocturnal animal's. Its hands, now resting on powerful thighs, had opposable thumbs and fingernails that had been intentionally trimmed. This was no mindless beast. The intelligence in those eyes was unmistakable. We regarded each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, deliberately, it extended one massive hand, palm up, in a gesture mirroring my own. I placed the tobacco mixture in its palm. The creature brought it to its face, inhaling the scent deeply, then tucked it into a crude pouch made of what looked like deer hide hanging at its waist. It made that vocalizing sound again, lower this time, less threatening. Then it stood and gestured for me to follow. Every tactical instinct warned against it, but something deeper, the part of me connected to my grandmother's teachings, knew this was a rare opportunity. I'd been invited, not captured. We traveled deeper into the cave system, through passages that showed signs of deliberate widening. In some places, crude tools had been used to expand natural openings. In others, stacked stone created platforms and living spaces. The creature led me to a larger chamber where a small spring emerged from the rock, creating a pool of clear water before disappearing again into the earth. The walls here were covered with more elaborate paintings, scenes of daily life, hunting, and what appeared to be ceremonial gatherings involving both the tall beings and humans. My guide indicated I should sit, then retreated to the shadows. I heard movement in connecting passages, more than one individual. I was being observed, evaluated. I thought of why I'd taken this mission in the first place. The financial pressure after my mother's death had been crushing. The reservation cabin, once filled with family and tradition, had become a place of ghosts and unpaid bills. Each notice from the hospital felt like another failure to honor her memory properly. When this high-risk assignment came with premium pay, I volunteered immediately. Now I understood why the mission briefing had been so vague. Whatever was monitoring this area, likely government researchers, had detected these beings but couldn't officially acknowledge their existence. I was pulled from these thoughts when another figure emerged from a side passage, smaller than my guide but still formidable, carrying what appeared to be a wooden vessel. It approached cautiously and placed a container near me. Inside was a clear liquid that smelled of fermented berries. An offering. A test. In my childhood, my grandmother had taught me about the protocol when receiving food or drink from spiritual beings or neighboring tribes. Refusal was an insult, immediate consumption showed a lack of proper respect. I dipped my finger in the liquid, touched it to my forehead first, then my lips, before taking a small sip. The taste was surprisingly complex, sweet juniper berries mixed with something earthy and unfamiliar. My actions must have been appropriate because the tension in the chamber noticeably decreased. 3 more figures emerged, forming a semicircle around me. Though similar in appearance, each had distinctive features. One had graying hair around its face, another wore a necklace of polished stones, and the smallest had fresher scars along one powerful arm. A family group. A clan. Not the solitary creatures of campfire stories. They began vocalizing to each other a complex language of deep rumbles, clicks, and what sounded almost like singing at certain intervals. I recognized patterns and repetitions that suggested sophisticated communication. The elder of the group, the one with gray hair, approached and examined my equipment with evident curiosity. It pointed to my camera, then to the wall paintings, making a connection I hadn't anticipated. These beings understood documentation. They knew what I was doing. And they were showing me something they wanted recorded. The elder led me deeper into the cavern network, through passages that showed increasing signs of habitation. We passed chambers where dried meat hung from stone outcroppings and others where what appeared to be medicinal herbs were spread on flat rocks to dry. This wasn't just a shelter, it was a settlement, a community hidden beneath the mountains. I noticed how the creatures moved silent despite their size, perfectly adapted to the darkness. My military night operations training paled in comparison to their natural abilities. I stumbled occasionally on the uneven ground while they navigated effortlessly, sometimes reaching out with massive hands to steady me before I fell. We entered a chamber larger than anything I'd seen yet, where a natural skylight far above allowed a shaft of daylight to penetrate. In this illumination, dozens of handprints covered one wall, some massive like my guide's, others unmistakably human. Some looked centuries old, while others seemed relatively recent. The elder pointed to the wall, then to me, the meaning clear. This was a record of visitors, of those granted access to this sacred space. I was being invited to add my mark. Nearby, a small depression in the rock held red ochre mixed with some kind of animal fat. I dipped my hand into the mixture, feeling its cool, slick texture, then pressed my palm against the stone alongside the others. My handprint looked child-sized compared to those of my hosts, but they made approving sounds as I completed this ritual. The gray-haired elder then led me to the center of the chamber, where a flat stone surface held what could only be described as a map, not drawn but constructed, using small stones of different colors to represent terrain features, with what appeared to be territorial boundaries marked by lines of red ochre. It pointed to several locations marked in black, vocalizing with evident concern. I recognized the topography. These were areas where recent mining exploration had begun, places where humans were blasting and drilling, expanding our reach into these ancient mountains. I understood then what was happening. These beings were showing me the threat to their territory, perhaps hoping I could communicate this to the outside world. They've recognized me as someone who might bridge their world and mine. My mind raced back to the mission briefing. The satellite heat signatures, the government's interest in unusual activity in these mountains. Did certain officials already know about these beings? Was my real mission to confirm their existence without creating official documentation that would become public record? The elder interrupted my thoughts by placing a stone figurine in my hand, crude but recognizable as one of their kind. A gift, but also a message: remember us. Speak for us. But how could I explain this encounter to my superiors? What evidence would they accept without immediately classifying everything and sending in teams that would destroy this delicate trust? As these questions filled my mind, a distant rumble shook dust from the ceiling. The creatures became instantly alert, their postures tense. The elder grabbed my arm with surprising gentleness and led me rapidly through a series of passages I hadn't seen before. The rumbling continued, growing louder. Not an earthquake, explosions. Mining operations, closer than they appeared on the stone map. The very threat they had been showing me was now literally at their doorstep. We emerged into a narrow canyon as the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the landscape. In the distance, I could see dust clouds rising from what must be a new mining operation, less than 2 miles from the cave system's entrance. The elder pointed to the dust clouds, then to the caves, then made a sweeping motion across its throat. The meaning was unmistakable. The mining would kill them not just through direct destruction of their home, but by driving away game, contaminating water sources, and eventually exposing their existence to the wider world. I thought about my own home then, the reservation cabin where generations of my family had lived in harmony with the land. I remembered my grandmother telling me that everything was connected, that damage to one part of the web affected all others. These beings were part of that web, had been for thousands of years. The elder placed both hands on my shoulders, a gesture that felt both like a blessing and a plea. Then it melted back into the forest with the others, leaving me alone with my documentation, my military obligations, and the moral choice I now faced. As I began the long hike back toward my extraction point, the weight of what I'd witnessed settled over me. I'd been granted access to something most humans would never see, a parallel world existing alongside ours, ancient and vulnerable. My satellite phone regained signal as I crested a ridge. I had 12 hours before I was due to report in. 12 hours to decide what evidence to share, what to keep hidden, and how to protect both these beings and myself in the process. The debt collectors and past due notices waited for me back in the world of men. The promised bonus for this mission would solve those problems. But the cost of earning it had suddenly become far more complicated than I'd ever imagined. I set up camp as night fell, reviewing the photos and notes I'd taken. Some showed clear evidence of the creature's existence. Others documented the cave art that proved centuries of coexistence between humans and these beings. Together, they formed a truth too important to suppress but too dangerous to reveal completely. As darkness enveloped the mountains, I heard it again, that distinctive vocalization, somewhere in the forest around me. They were still watching, waiting to see what I would choose. This was no longer just a military mission or a paycheck. This was a test of everything I claimed to value: my heritage, my integrity, my understanding of what it meant to protect. Dawn would bring decision time. But first, I had one more night in these ancient woods, with ancient eyes upon me. Daybreak found me organizing my evidence, separating it into 3 categories: what I would officially report, what I would keep hidden, and what I would deliberately obscure. It wasn't a choice I made lightly, but the reality of what would happen if I fully disclosed everything I'd seen was unavoidable. I'd seen the government's reaction to other sensitive discoveries during my military career: immediate classification, restricted access, and eventually, exploitation. These beings deserve better than to become research subjects or tourist attractions. My official report would include evidence of the cave system and its archaeological significance, emphasizing the ancient human handprints and paintings. I document the environmental impact of nearby mining operations on this historical site without mentioning its current inhabitants. With luck, this would trigger archaeological protection measures that would indirectly safeguard the creature's territory. As I packed my gear, a movement at the edge of the clearing caught my attention. The smallest of the beings I'd met yesterday, the one with the scarred arm, stood watching me. When our eyes met, it deliberately placed something on a fallen log, then retreated into the forest. I approached cautiously. On the log lay a necklace of intricately woven plant fibers holding a single polished stone with natural markings that resembled a footprint. A token of trust. Or perhaps a reminder of the promise I'd implied by participating in their rituals. I placed it around my neck alongside my grandmother's medicine pouch, feeling the weight of both traditions resting against my chest. The hike back to the extraction point would take most of the day. As I navigated the increasingly familiar terrain, I reflected on the financial troubles that had driven me to take this assignment. My mother's final illness had depleted not just my savings but my spirit. The reservation cabin, once a place of strength and family connection, had become a reminder of loss after she passed. The medical bills had seemed insurmountable, nearly $200,000 after insurance, an amount that might as well have been millions for someone on a sergeant's pay. Each collection notice had felt like another failure to honor her memory, another step away from the values she and my grandmother had instilled. This mission's bonus would clear those debts entirely. But now I understood why the pay was so generous. I wasn't just being asked to find something, I was being paid to make the right decisions about what I found. By midday, I reached a ridgeline that offered cell service and made a call not to my commanding officer but to an old friend from the reservation who now worked for the Native American Rights Fund. Without providing specifics, I asked hypothetical questions about protecting culturally significant sites from mining operations. The legal pathways existed, but they would require documentation and advocacy. I continued toward the extraction point, formulating my approach. My report would emphasize the archaeological significance while being deliberately vague about certain aspects. I'd include enough evidence to trigger protection measures but not enough to reveal the full truth. It was a dangerous line to walk. 2 miles from the rendezvous coordinates, I heard the drilling again, closer this time, more intense. I diverted from my path to investigate and found myself at the edge of a newly cleared area where heavy machinery tore into the mountainside. The operation looked recent, possibly not even properly permitted given its proximity to protected forest land. From my concealed position, I photographed everything: the company logos on equipment, the lack of proper environmental safeguards, the runoff already discoloring a nearby stream. This was evidence of a different kind, but potentially just as useful for protecting the cave system and its inhabitants. As I watched, one of the drilling rigs hit something that sent a shudder through the entire operation. Work stopped as men gathered around what appeared to be a newly exposed cave entrance, smaller than the one I'd found but clearly part of the same network. My blood ran cold. They were closer to discovering the beings than I'd realized. I retreated quickly, knowing I needed to reach my extraction point before taking any action. As I hiked the final mile, I heard the distinctive sound of a helicopter approaching my ride out, right on schedule. Colonel Weiss himself had come to debrief me, unusual for a mission of this classification. As we lifted off, he studied my face with unusual intensity. "Find anything interesting out there, Black Hawk?" he asked over the helicopter's comms. "Archaeological site, sir. Potentially significant. Cave paintings, evidence of ancient habitation." I kept my voice neutral, professional. "Nothing else? No explanation for those heat signatures?" I met his gaze steadily. "The caves maintain a constant temperature that might register unusually on satellite imaging, sir. I've documented everything thoroughly in my report." Something in his expression told me he knew I was withholding information. But instead of pressing, he simply nodded. "I look forward to reading it. There are some people at the Pentagon very interested in this region." The implication was clear: I wasn't the first to encounter evidence of these beings, and powerful interests were already aware of their existence. My report wouldn't be revealing anything new to certain circles, it would simply be confirming what they suspected. As the helicopter carried us away from the mountains, I touched the stone pendant beneath my shirt. I had made promises in those caves, not in words, but in actions. The beings had trusted me with their existence, their vulnerability. The debt collectors would still be waiting when I returned to the world of men. But I now carried a different kind of debt, one that couldn't be measured in dollars, one that connected me to something far older than banks or governments or military hierarchies. That night in temporary quarters at Fort Huachuca, I began writing 2 reports, the official one that would satisfy my mission parameters while protecting the cave dwellers, and a second, more detailed account that I encrypted and addressed to my contact at the Native American Rights Fund, documenting both the archaeological significance and the environmental violations I'd witnessed. The military had taught me tactics. My grandmother had taught me responsibility to the land and its original inhabitants. Both would be necessary for what came next. 1 month after my return from the Mogollon wilderness, I stood at the window of my grandmother's cabin, watching a summer storm roll across the reservation. The place felt different now, no longer a reminder of debt and loss, but a connection to something enduring. The mission bonus had cleared my mother's medical bills as promised. But the real value of that expedition into the mountains lay in what happened afterward. My official report had been received without comment, classified immediately, as expected. Colonel Weiss had called me to his office once, asking if there was anything off the record I wanted to share. The knowing look in his eyes confirmed my suspicion that others in the military had encountered these beings before. I maintained my position that I'd found only archaeological evidence, nothing more. Meanwhile, my anonymous documentation of the mining company's environmental violations had made its way through proper channels. Operations had been suspended pending investigation. The cave system was now under review for protected status due to its significant prehistoric art and cultural importance to multiple tribes. I'd been careful, covering my tracks while ensuring the beings' territory received protection without exposing their existence. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it bought time, the most precious resource for a species trying to remain hidden in an ever-expanding human world. Thunder rolled across the plateau as I unpacked the last of my mother's belongings, a task I'd avoided since her passing. Among her personal items, I found an old journal written in her precise handwriting. Within its pages, she described her own encounter with the forest beings decades earlier, a secret she'd kept her entire life, sharing only with my grandmother. The revelation stunned me. The connection was deeper than I'd realized. Perhaps this was why my grandmother had been so insistent that I learn the old stories, why she'd given me the medicine pouch before my first deployment. They had been preparing me. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I opened it to find a package wrapped in waterproof material, no delivery service label, no return address. Inside was a carved wooden figure depicting one of the beings, standing protectively over a miniature representation of my cabin. The craftsmanship was unmistakably human, but the details could only have come from someone who had seen the creatures firsthand. Attached was a note from a tribal elder I'd known since childhood. "You are now alone in what you know. We have been their guardians for generations. Now you are one of us." I placed the carving on my mantle, understanding now that I'd been initiated into an ancient pact, one that predated the United States itself. The beings had survived conquest, development, and modernization by placing their trust in select humans who would protect their secret. My satellite phone buzzed, a message from Colonel Weiss. Another mission, similar parameters, different mountain range. The subtext was clear: there were more beings out there, and the government wanted confirmation without official acknowledgement. I would accept the mission, but my loyalties were now firmly established. My debt to society had been paid in dollars and cents. My debt to the beings and to my ancestors who had protected them would be paid in vigilance and discretion. That night, as rain lashed against the cabin's metal roof, I added my own entry to my mother's journal, documenting my encounter in the fullness of truth that I could never include in an official report. Someday, another dying child would read these words and understand their responsibility to these ancient neighbors. I stepped outside onto the porch, feeling the cool rain against my face. In the distance, lightning illuminated the sacred mountains that had always defined the boundaries of our world. Somewhere in their shadows, the beings continued their hidden existence, as they had for millennia before the first Europeans set foot on this continent. My grandmother once told me that some secrets aren't meant to be revealed but passed on like precious heirlooms to those who will honor them. The weight of the stone pendant against my chest reminded me that I now carried such a secret. The military had given me the skills to survive in hostile environments. My heritage had given me the wisdom to recognize responsibility beyond human institutions. Together, they had prepared me for a mission far more important than any government assignment, becoming a guardian of the balance between worlds. As the storm passed and stars emerged above the reservation, I felt a deep certainty that I was exactly where I needed to be, standing at the threshold between ancient mysteries and modern reality, between what we think we know and what actually exists in the shadows of these ancient mountains. Some would call the beings monsters. Others would dismiss them as legends. But I had touched their reality, had been touched by their trust. And in that exchange, I discovered that the true monsters were not the creatures hiding in forests and caves, but the forces of greed and indifference that threatened both their world and ours. I returned to the cabin and placed my mother's journal in the cedar box where my grandmother had kept her most sacred items. Then I began preparing for my next mission, not just the one assigned by the military, but the greater one passed down through blood and bone and stories told around fires when the modern world wasn't listening. The beings would remain hidden. Their secret would stay safe. And somewhere deep in the Arizona wilderness, ancient eyes would continue watching from the shadows, as they always had. I've been filing incident reports for 12 years, but some things don't have official documentation codes. Every ranger learns the standard protocols during training. Missing hiker? Code blue. Wildlife encounter? Code yellow. Equipment failure? Code green. But there's one protocol they don't teach at the academy, one that gets passed down in hushed conversations during night shifts. Code black. No one talks about code black until they absolutely have to. I'm breaking that silence now because 3 people are still missing, and I know where they are. The problem is, no search team will ever find them there. Not where the old protocols don't apply. My radio crackled to life at 2:47 a.m., jolting me from the half-sleep that passes for rest during solo night shifts at Cascade Ridge National Forest. Ranger Station 7, this is dispatch. We have a code blue situation. Missing persons, family of 3. Over. I reached for the handset, already pulling on my boots. Station 7 here. Details, over. The Hendersons. James, his wife Patricia, and 8-year-old son Michael. Last seen at Trailhead 12 around 1800 hours. Vehicle still in parking area. Over. Trailhead 12. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. That was the access point for the Whispering Valley Trail system, where the trees grew too straight and the silence ran too deep. Where my predecessor, Ranger Carl Martinez, had made his last patrol 3 years ago. Copy that. ETA 15 minutes. Any other details? Over. James Henderson called in at 2100 hours, said they were setting up camp at Clearwater Lake. Communication lost after that. Cell towers show last ping at 2130 hours. Over. I signed off and grabbed my gear. Standard search and rescue pack, emergency medical supplies, GPS unit, and my service weapon. I also reached into my locker for something that wasn't standard issue, a small leather pouch my grandfather had given me when I started this job. He'd been a ranger here too, back in the 70s, before the official protocols changed. Some places, he told me, the land remembers different rules. The drive to Trailhead 12 took me through sections of forest I knew like the back of my hand, but in the pre-dawn darkness, familiar landmarks became shadowy uncertainties. The trees pressed closer to the road than they did during daylight hours, or at least that's how it always felt on these calls. I found the Hendersons' SUV exactly where dispatch had indicated, a blue Toyota with Oregon plates and a World's Best Dad bumper sticker that made my chest tighten. The vehicle was locked, no signs of struggle, no personal items scattered about. Their camping permits were properly displayed, everything exactly as it should be for a routine overnight trip. Except for the scratches. For parallel gouges ran along the passenger side of the SUV, too deep and evenly spaced to be from branches. Too high off the ground to be from any local wildlife I knew about. I measured them with my hand, each scratch extended from about 6 feet to nearly 8 feet off the ground. I photographed the marks and started up the trail, my flashlight cutting through darkness that seemed to absorb more light than it should. The Whispering Valley Trail was well maintained, a moderate 3-mile hike that led to a popular camping area near Clearwater Lake. I'd hiked it dozens of times in daylight, guided lost tourists back to the trailhead, cleaned up after inconsiderate campers. It was a different place at night. The first mile passed without incident. I found several boot prints in a muddy section that matched the Henderson shoe sizes, heading in the right direction. Normal search and rescue procedures were working. I began to hope this would be a routine call, maybe they'd gotten turned around, or holed up somewhere waiting for daylight. Then I heard the whistling. It started low and distant, almost musical. 3 ascending notes followed by 2 descending ones, repeated in a pattern that seemed to echo from every direction at once. I stopped, listening carefully. My grandfather's voice came back to me from years past. Never follow the whistling, boy. That's how they call you deeper in. The sound faded, then started again, closer this time. Definitely coming from off the main trail, deeper into the valley where the old-growth trees created a canopy so thick that satellite GPS became unreliable. I marked my position and followed the sound. Standard protocol dictated I should call for backup before leaving the marked trail, especially during a nighttime search. But something told me backup wouldn't help with this. Something told me this was exactly the kind of situation where the unwritten protocols took precedence. I followed the whistling for maybe half a mile through increasingly dense undergrowth. The sound always seemed just ahead, just around the next tree cluster, leading me deeper into sections of forest where the trees grew in perfect lines and the undergrowth was inexplicably sparse. My flashlight beam seemed weaker here, as if the darkness had weight. That's when I found the first camp. Not the Hendersons' camp, this one looked like it had been abandoned for days, maybe weeks. A dome tent, still properly staked, with camping chairs arranged around a fire pit that contained nothing but cold ash. Personal items were scattered about in a pattern that suggested a hasty departure, hiking boots left mid-step, a coffee mug still sitting on the camp table, sleeping bags tossed aside. But no people. No signs of struggle. No indication of what had made an entire camping party simply walk away from their belongings in the middle of the night. I documented everything, taking photos and GPS coordinates, though I noticed my GPS was reading coordinates that placed me somehow 3 miles north of where I should be, despite having hiked less than a mile off the main trail. I tried radio contact. Static. I moved my position and tried again. Nothing but electronic snow with occasional breaks that sounded almost like voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize. I was completely alone in a section of forest that, according to every map I'd studied, shouldn't exist. The whistling started again, and this time I could tell it wasn't coming from ahead of me. It was coming from behind. I spun around, flashlight sweeping across the trees, and saw them. Footprints. Massive footprints in the soft earth, each one at least 18 inches long and 6 inches wide. They led from the abandoned campsite toward where I stood, then continued past me toward deeper forest. The prints were fresh, I could see where water had begun to collect in the deepest impressions but hadn't had time to fully pool. I was being followed. Every instinct told me to head back toward the main trail, to radio for backup, to follow every standard protocol I'd been trained to implement. But the Henderson family was still out there somewhere, and these prints might be the only lead I had. I followed the tracks. They led me through increasingly strange terrain. Trees that grew in perfect geometric patterns. Clearings where the grass was arranged in concentric circles. Rock formations that looked almost like crude sculptures, stacked in ways that seemed intentional but served no obvious purpose. And always, just at the edge of my hearing, that melodic whistling. The tracks led to a second campsite, this one more recently abandoned. A family-sized tent, expensive camping gear, a camp stove still warm to the touch. Children's toys scattered around the area, a small action figure, some trading cards protected in plastic sleeves, a stuffed dinosaur that looked well-loved. On the camp table was a note, written in a child's careful handwriting. The tall man says we have to go with him now. He says Mama and Daddy will understand. He says we're going to see the old places where the first people lived. I'm not scared because he's very nice and his voice sounds like singing. The note was signed Michael in unsteady letters. I photographed the note with shaking hands. This was definitely the Hendersons' camp, but where were James and Patricia? Why would their 8-year-old son write about leaving willingly with a stranger? And what was this about the First People? My grandfather had told me stories about the First People, the indigenous tribes who had considered these mountains sacred long before they became a national forest. He'd also told me about the guardians they believed protected certain places, beings that existed between the world of spirits and the world of flesh. They're not evil, he'd said, but they follow older laws than ours. And sometimes those laws require things that our laws can't understand. The whistling stopped abruptly, and in the sudden silence, I heard something else. Voices. Human voices calling my name. David. David, where are you? It was a woman's voice, desperate and afraid. Patricia Henderson, it had to be. I called back, following the sound deeper into the forest, my flashlight beam dancing across trees that seemed to shift position when I wasn't looking directly at them. Patricia, where are you? I'm Ranger David Thompson. I'm here to help. We're here. We're stuck. We can't find our way back. Please help us. The voice was coming from ahead, maybe 50 yards through a stand of massive cedar trees. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches catching at my uniform, rocks turning under my boots. The voice kept calling, staying just ahead of me, leading me deeper into forest that my maps insisted wasn't there. That's when I realized the voice never changed distance. It was always exactly 50 yards ahead, always at the same volume, never getting closer despite my pursuit. And there was something else wrong with it, something that made my skin crawl even as my mind refused to acknowledge what I was hearing. The voice had no echo. In this dense forest, surrounded by massive tree trunks and rocky outcroppings, every sound should have reverberated. But Patricia Henderson's voice came from nowhere and bounced off nothing, as if the forest itself was swallowing the sound as soon as it was made. I stopped running and listened carefully. The voice continued calling my name, but now I could hear other things underneath it. A quality to the sound that wasn't quite human, as if someone was imitating speech rather than speaking naturally. Something was using Patricia Henderson's voice to lead me deeper into the forest. I turned off my flashlight and stood in complete darkness, listening. The false voice continued calling for another minute, then stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard what I'd been afraid to hear. Breathing. Slow, deep breathing from something much larger than any human. And it was close, maybe 20 feet away, standing perfectly still in the darkness. I reached slowly for the leather pouch my grandfather had given me, remembering his instructions. If you ever find yourself in a place where the old rules apply, remember that respect goes both ways. Show respect, and you might be shown mercy. I opened the pouch and removed a small bundle of sage and sweetgrass. My grandfather had taught me the proper way to offer it, the words to speak, the gestures that showed I understood I was a guest in someone else's territory. I am David Thompson, I said quietly into the darkness, my voice barely above a whisper. Grandson of Charles Thompson, who walked these forests with permission from the First People. I come seeking the lost ones, not to harm or to trespass, but to restore balance. The breathing stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, came a sound I'll never forget. It started as a low humming, almost below the range of human hearing, but it gradually rose in pitch and complexity until it became something like singing. Not in any language I recognized, but somehow I understood its meaning. It was a greeting. A recognition of my grandfather's name and my stated purpose. And an invitation to follow. A massive shape moved past me in the darkness, close enough that I felt the displacement of air, caught a scent like pine needles and ancient earth. I turned my flashlight back on and saw them clearly for the first time. Footprints. But these were going in the opposite direction, back toward the main trail. I was being led home. But as I followed the prints through forest that gradually became familiar again, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important. The Henderson family was still out there, still lost in whatever place exists between our world and the older one that my grandfather had spoken of. And I was starting to understand that finding them might require me to cross over into that place myself. By the time I reached my vehicle, dawn was breaking over the mountains, and my radio was crackling with incoming calls from the search and rescue teams that were being assembled. I would have to file a report, explain why I had been out of radio contact for 6 hours, account for my actions during a critical missing person search. But first, I made a different call. To the Warm Springs Reservation, 40 miles south of the forest. To an old man named Joseph Crowfeather, who had known my grandfather and who still remembered the protocols that weren't written in any manual. "I need to talk to you," I said when he answered. "It's about the Guardians. And about the people they take to the old places." There was a long pause before he replied. "I've been expecting your call, David Thompson. Your grandfather said this day would come. How soon can you be here?" "I'm already on my way." I hung up the radio and looked back toward the trailhead where the Hendersons' SUV still sat, waiting for its owners to return. Somewhere in the forest behind me, a family was learning about older laws and ancient territories. And somewhere in that same forest, something that had existed long before national park boundaries was deciding whether to let them come home. The morning shift would arrive soon, bringing official search teams and proper protocols. But I was beginning to understand that this situation was going to require a different kind of search altogether. I just hoped I was ready for what that might involve. Joseph Crowfeather arrived at the ranger station as the morning mist was still hanging in the valleys. He was older than I remembered, but he moved with the same quiet confidence that had impressed me as a child when my grandfather had brought me to tribal gatherings. His weathered hands carried a worn leather bag, and his eyes held the kind of deep knowledge that comes from generations of inherited wisdom. "Your grandfather taught you some things," he said without preamble, settling into the chair across from my desk. "But not everything. He thought there would be more time." I poured coffee for both of us and spread the photos from the previous night across my desk. The scratches on the Hendersons' SUV, the abandoned campsites, the massive footprints, and Michael Henderson's childish note about the tall man who spoke like singing. Joseph studied each image carefully, his expression growing more serious with each photograph. When he reached the image of the note, he was quiet for a long time. "How long has it been since the last taking?" he asked finally. 3 years. Ranger Carl Martinez. He was found 2 weeks later, sitting on a park bench in town with no memory of where he'd been. Medical evaluation showed he'd lost 15 pounds and his hair had grown nearly 3 inches, but he insisted he'd only been gone for a few hours. Joseph nodded grimly. "The time moves differently in their places. And they don't usually return the adults. But they returned Carl. Because he was taken by mistake. He wasn't who they were calling." Joseph tapped a photo of Michael's note. "This child, though. This child answered a specific call." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "What kind of call?" Joseph reached into his leather bag and removed an object I recognized from my grandfather's stories, a piece of carved cedar about the size of my palm, covered with symbols that seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. "These mountains have been home to my people for thousands of years," he said, holding the carving carefully. "Long before your government decided to call them a national forest. And in those thousands of years, we learned to live alongside other inhabitants. Beings that your science doesn't recognize but your grandfather's grandfather would have understood. The Guardians," I said. "Saski-ts in our old tongue. But that word has become polluted by your modern stories. These are not monsters or mysteries to be solved. They are the keepers of the threshold between worlds, the protectors of places where the veil is thin." Joseph set the carving on my desk between us. The symbols seemed to move more actively now, forming patterns that meant nothing to me but somehow conveyed a sense of great age and careful purpose. Every few generations, they call someone to cross over. Usually a child, someone whose spirit is still flexible enough to learn their ways. The child becomes a bridge between their world and ours, a translator who can help maintain the old agreements. What old agreements? The ones that keep them from reclaiming all of this land as sacred territory. The ones that allow your people to visit these mountains without disappearing forever. Joseph's voice carried a weight of ancestral memory. But the agreements require regular renewal. They require proof that humans still remember the older laws. I thought about the Henderson family, camping innocently at Clearwater Lake, unaware they were about to become part of something far larger than a simple outdoor vacation. So Michael was chosen, I said. But what about his parents? Collateral. The Saskatoons don't separate families by choice, but they won't allow interference with a calling either. The parents will be kept safe until the child's training is complete. Training for what? Joseph was quiet for a moment, studying my face as if deciding how much truth I could handle. To become a go-between. To carry messages between their world and ours. To help maintain the balance that keeps both people safe. For how long? Usually? 7 years in their time. Which could be 7 months or 7 decades in ours. Time flows differently in the old places. I pushed back from my desk, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. A missing child, parents held captive, and an entire family caught up in supernatural politics that predated everything I'd been trained to handle. There has to be something we can do, I said. Some way to negotiate, to offer an alternative. Joseph's expression grew even more serious. There is. But it requires someone to cross over voluntarily, to enter their territory and speak for the family. To offer themselves as a substitute for the child. I'll do it. David. Joseph's voice carried a note of gentle warning. Your grandfather never told you why he stopped working in this section of forest, did he? I thought back to childhood conversations, trying to remember details I'd absorbed without understanding their significance. My grandfather had worked as a ranger for 30 years, but his stories from the later years always focused on different areas, different trails. He was called once too, I said, the realization hitting me suddenly. When he was about your age. The Saskatoons had chosen a young girl from a camping family, but Charles offered himself instead. He spent 3 days in their territory, learning about the agreements, about the responsibilities of being a bridge between worlds. What happened? He convinced them to take a different approach. Instead of taking human children every generation, they agreed to work with specific families, bloodlines that would voluntarily maintain the connection. Families that would teach the old protocols to their children and grandchildren. I understood now why my grandfather had been so insistent about teaching me the traditional songs, the proper way to offer tobacco and sage, the words that showed respect for older authorities. Our family has been serving as bridges, I said. For 3 generations, yes. But the agreement requires active participation. Someone from your bloodline must cross over and renew the covenant every 30 years. I looked at the photos spread across my desk, thinking about an 8-year-old boy who had written that he wasn't scared because the tall man's voice sounded like singing. When was the last renewal? 29 years ago. Your grandfather made the crossing just before you were born. The implications settled over me like a heavy blanket. The Henderson family hadn't been randomly chosen, their timing was connected to something much larger. The Saskatoons were calling in the debt that my family owed, and an innocent child was paying the price for our failure to maintain the covenant. If I cross over now, I said, will they release the Hendersons? If you're accepted as a valid substitute, yes. But David Joseph paused, choosing his words carefully. The crossing changes people. Your grandfather was never quite the same afterward. He saw things in their world that stayed with him, learned truths about the nature of reality that made it hard for him to function normally in ours. I thought about my grandfather's later years, his tendency to disappear for days at a time, his habit of talking to empty spaces as if carrying on conversations with invisible companions. I'd attributed it to the eccentricity of old age, but now I wondered if he'd been maintaining relationships that existed across dimensional boundaries. What exactly would I have to do? Joseph opened his leather bag again and removed several items, a bundle of sage and sweetgrass, a small knife with a handle carved from what looked like bone, and a necklace made from bear claws and carved stones. These will identify you as someone who understands the protocols. But first, you'll need to find the threshold, the place where their territory intersects with ours. How do I do that? Follow the signs you saw last night. The tree formations, the rock arrangements, the places where your equipment stops working properly. They mark a path that leads to the crossing points. I studied the ritual items Joseph had laid out. They looked ancient, carrying the weight of ceremonies performed countless times across generations. There's something else, Joseph said, his voice growing even more serious. Once you cross over, the rules that govern your world stop applying. Time, space, even identity become fluid. You'll need to hold on to who you are and why you're there, or you might become lost in their reality. What happens if I get lost? Then both you and the Henderson family remain in their world forever. And the covenant between our peoples dies with you. I looked out the window toward the forest where a family was being held in a place that existed between worlds, waiting for someone to negotiate their freedom. The morning sun was burning off the mist, revealing the familiar landscape of peaks and valleys that had been my workplace for 12 years. But I was beginning to understand that familiarity was an illusion. This land contained depths and dimensions that no Park Service manual had ever mentioned. When do I need to go? Tonight. The barriers are thinnest during the hours between midnight and dawn, and you've already been acknowledged by the Guardians. They'll be expecting you. Joseph began repacking his bag, but he left the ritual items on my desk. One more thing, David. When you cross over, you might see other people there. Humans who entered their world and chose to stay. Don't let them convince you to join them. Some transitions are irreversible. After Joseph left, I spent the day handling routine ranger duties while my mind processed everything I'd learned. I filed a preliminary report about the Hendersons' disappearance, coordinating with the search and rescue teams that were being organized. I didn't mention the massive footprints or the voice that had led me deeper into the forest. Some truths weren't meant for official documentation. As evening approached, I gathered the equipment I thought I might need: a headlamp, basic camping gear, the ritual items Joseph had provided, and the leather pouch my grandfather had given me. I also wrote a letter explaining my actions, sealed it in an envelope, and left it in my desk drawer with instructions for my supervisor to open it if I didn't return within a week. At 11:30 p.m., I drove back to Trailhead 12, where the Hendersons' SUV still sat like a monument to interrupted vacation plans. The parking area was empty except for their vehicle and mine, and the forest beyond was dark with the kind of absolute darkness that only exists far from city lights. I shouldered my pack and started up the trail, following the route I'd taken the night before. But this time, I wasn't searching blindly. This time, I was following protocols that predated the National Park Service by thousands of years, carrying tools that had been blessed by generations of ceremony, walking a path that led to places where the modern world certainties dissolved into older truths. The forest seemed different tonight. The shadows held depth and movement, the familiar trail markers appeared in unexpected places, and the sound of my footsteps seemed to echo from directions that made no geometric sense. I was walking toward a threshold between worlds, carrying the hope that ancient agreements could still bind supernatural forces to honor human concerns. What I didn't know was how much of myself I might have to leave behind in order to bring the Henderson family home. The first sign that I was approaching the threshold came 2 miles up the trail, where the trees suddenly formed perfect parallel lines extending into the darkness. This wasn't natural forest growth. The massive Douglas firs and western cedars were arranged with geometric precision, creating corridors that led away from the main trail towards sections of forest that shouldn't exist according to any topographical map. I stopped and checked my GPS. The screen flickered between coordinates that placed me simultaneously in 3 different locations, none of which matched where I knew I was standing. The device finally settled on readings that indicated I was somehow underground, 40 feet beneath the forest floor. Following Joseph's instructions, I reached into my pack and removed the sage bundle. The traditional way to announce your presence, he told me, was to light the sage and let the smoke carry your intentions to the Guardians. I struck a match and touched it to the dry herbs, watching sweet-smelling smoke curl up through the trees. Almost immediately, the forest around me began to change. The transformation was subtle at first: shadows that moved independently of their sources, sounds that came from too many directions at once, a quality to the air that made every breath feel like drinking moonlight. Then the changes became more dramatic. The parallel lines of trees began to bend inward, creating an archway that extended into darkness so complete it seemed solid. My headlamp beam simply stopped at the threshold, as if the light couldn't penetrate whatever lay beyond. I heard voices calling from inside the archway. Not the false imitation that had led me astray the night before, but genuine human voices. Frightened, confused, but definitely real. "Hello?" Is someone out there? Please, we need help. James Henderson's voice, unmistakable in its desperation. I approached the threshold carefully, remembering Joseph's warnings about the fluid nature of reality in the Guardian's territory. The bear claw necklace felt warm against my chest, and the carved bone knife in my belt seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. James. This is Ranger Thompson. I'm here to help. Are you and your family safe? We're okay, but we can't find our way out. The whole landscape keeps changing. We've been walking for hours, but we keep ending up in the same place. I reached the edge of the archway and stopped. Beyond the threshold, I could see nothing but darkness, yet I could hear the Henderson family clearly, as if they were standing just a few feet away. I'm coming to get you, I called. Stay where you are and keep talking so I can find you. I took a deep breath and stepped through the archway. The transition was like walking through a wall of cold water, except the water had weight and texture and seemed to pass through my body as much as around it. For a moment, I felt like I was dissolving, becoming part of the darkness itself. Then the sensation passed, and I found myself standing in a forest that was both familiar and completely alien. The trees were the same species I knew from the national forest, but they were impossibly tall, their trunks reaching up into a sky that held 3 moons instead of 1. The ground beneath my feet was carpeted with luminescent moss that provided a soft, blue-green glow. And everywhere, carved into tree trunks and arranged in clearings, were symbols similar to the ones on Joseph's cedar carving. David Thompson, grandson of Charles Thompson. The voice came from behind me, though I hadn't heard any footsteps. I turned slowly, my hand moving instinctively toward the bone knife. The being that stood 20 feet away matched descriptions from every Sasquatch account I'd ever read, yet seeing it in person was nothing like I'd expected. It was massive, at least 9 feet tall, and covered in thick, dark fur that seemed to absorb light. But its eyes held intelligence that was unmistakably human, and when it spoke, its voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate in my bones. You come to honor the old agreements, it said. Not a question, but a statement of fact. I come to seek the release of innocents caught in obligations they don't understand, I replied, trying to remember the formal phrases Joseph had taught me. The being tilted its head, studying me with eyes that reflected the blue-green glow of the moss. Your grandfather spoke similar words when he stood in this place. He offered himself to preserve the balance. And I make the same offer now. Yet the child has already answered the call. His spirit is flexible, eager to learn our ways. Why should we release one who has been chosen in favor of one who comes reluctantly? I thought about Michael Henderson's note, his childish handwriting describing a tall man whose voice sounded like singing. An 8-year-old boy who was probably terrified but trying to be brave in a situation no child should have to face. Because the choice should be made with full understanding of what's being offered. The child is too young to comprehend the sacrifice he's making. The being was quiet for a moment, then gestured toward a path that led deeper into the luminescent forest. Come. Meet the one who has been called. Perhaps he will tell us himself what he chooses. We walked through forests that defied every natural law I understood. Trees that grew in spirals, their branches interweaving to form complex geometric patterns. Streams that flowed uphill, carrying water that glowed like liquid starlight. Rock formations that hummed with harmonic frequencies that seemed to carry meaning, as if the stones themselves were singing. And everywhere, carved symbols that pulsed with soft light, marking what I was beginning to understand were boundaries, territories, places where different rules applied. Your people, I said to my companion, you've been here for a long time. Since the mountains were young. We are the keepers of the places where worlds touch, the guardians of thresholds that must not be crossed carelessly. But you allow some crossing. The agreements my grandfather made. The agreements recognize that some boundaries must be permeable. Your people have great power but little wisdom. Left alone, they would destroy not only their own world but ours as well. We reached a clearing where the blue-green moss formed intricate patterns around a circle of standing stones. Each stone was carved with symbols that seemed to move in my peripheral vision, creating an effect that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. In the center of the circle sat the Henderson family. They looked exactly as they had in the photos from their missing person report, except that their camping clothes now seemed to glow with the same soft luminescence as the moss. James and Patricia sat close together, their arms around each other in a protective embrace. Michael sat slightly apart, his attention focused on something in his hands. "Mom? Dad?" The boy looked up as we approached. "The ranger man is here. I told you someone would come." James Henderson stood up quickly, moving to place himself between his family and the massive being that accompanied me. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" "I'm Ranger David Thompson," I said, showing my badge. "I'm here to take you home." "Home?" Patricia's voice was hollow, exhausted. "We've been trying to get home for days. Every path we take leads back to this same place. The compass spins randomly. Our phones don't work. And she gestured toward the towering figure. He keeps telling us that Michael needs to stay." I looked at the boy, who was still holding something in his small hands. "What do you have there, Michael?" He opened his palms to reveal a small carved figure, no bigger than a chess piece. It was made from what looked like crystallized wood, and it depicted a human child standing beside a tall, fur-covered figure. "He gave it to me," Michael said, indicating the guardian. "He says it shows what I could become. Someone who helps both kinds of people understand each other." The carved figure pulsed with soft light, and I realized I was looking at more than just artwork. This was a binding artifact, something that would permanently connect the child to the guardian's world. "Michael," I said carefully, "do you understand what that means? What you'd be giving up?" The boy looked at his parents, then at the guardian, then at me. "He says I could help make sure nobody else gets lost like we did. He says I could learn to speak for the forest, to help keep the old promises. But you'd have to leave your mom and dad. You'd have to live here, in this place, for a very long time." 7 years, the guardian said. "In our time, he would return with knowledge that would serve both peoples." James Henderson stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. "You're not taking our son. I don't care what kind of promises or agreements you're talking about. He's just a child." "The choice is his to make," the guardian replied calmly. "As it was your ancestor's choice, David Thompson, when he offered himself to preserve the balance." I felt the weight of generational responsibility settling on my shoulders. My grandfather had made a deal to protect others, and now that deal was coming due. But there had to be another way, some alternative that didn't require an 8-year-old boy to sacrifice his childhood for the sake of supernatural diplomacy. "What if I honor the original agreement?" I said. "What if someone from my bloodline fulfilled the obligation that's been passed down?" The guardian's eyes seemed to glow brighter in the strange twilight of this between world. "You would undergo the preparation? Learn to walk between worlds, to carry messages between peoples?" "I would." "For the full term? 7 years in our time?" I thought about my life in the ordinary world, my job, my small apartment, the routine existence that had defined my adult years. Then I thought about Michael Henderson, a child who should be worried about homework and soccer practice instead of interdimensional diplomacy. "Yes." The guardian reached into what appeared to be a pouch at its side and removed another carved figure, this one depicting an adult human standing at a threshold between two different landscapes. "Then let the child choose freely, without the weight of obligation." Michael looked at the two carved figures, the one that represented years of service in this strange realm, and the one that I now held, which represented the same sacrifice made by someone old enough to understand its implications. "Would I really be able to help people?" he asked the guardian. "You would learn to speak for those who have no voice, to translate between worlds that have forgotten how to communicate. But I could do that when I'm older too, couldn't I? If the ranger man teaches me what he learns?" The guardian was quiet for a long moment, then made a sound that might have been laughter. "Wisdom from the young. Yes, child. The knowledge can be passed down, as it has been in the Thompson bloodline." Michael walked over to me and placed his carved figure in my hand. "I want to go home with my mom and dad. But maybe you could teach me the forest songs sometime?" I looked at both carved figures, feeling the weight of a decision that would reshape my entire existence. But as I met the eyes of the Henderson family, parents who had nearly lost their child to forces beyond their understanding, a boy who was too young to make such enormous sacrifices. I knew there was really no choice to make. I accept the obligation, I said formally, addressing the guardian. I offer myself in fulfillment of the agreement between our peoples. The guardian nodded solemnly and gestured toward the edge of the clearing, where I now noticed a path I hadn't seen before. It led toward structures that seemed to grow from the trees themselves, buildings that belonged to no human architecture. The preparation begins immediately. Your first lesson is to guide these people safely back to their world. I handed the carved figures back to the guardian and turned to the Henderson family. Follow me closely. Don't let go of each other, and don't look back until we're through the threshold. The walk back to the archway took us through forest that changed with every step. The luminescent moss beneath our feet gradually faded to ordinary earth, the impossible trees slowly resumed normal proportions, and the 3 moons overhead merged back into the familiar single satellite I'd known all my life. At the threshold, I stopped and looked back one last time. The guardian stood at the edge of the between-world, watching our departure. When our eyes met, it raised one massive hand in what might have been a salute or a blessing. I'll return tomorrow night, I called. We will be waiting, David Thompson. There is much to learn. I stepped through the archway, and the ordinary world reasserted itself around us. We were standing on the familiar trail in the familiar forest, surrounded by the familiar darkness of a Pacific Northwest night. James Henderson grabbed my arm. What just happened? Where were we? Somewhere that most people aren't supposed to know about, I said. But you're safe now. All of you. I led them back to the parking area, where their SUV waited exactly as they'd left it. As they drove away, Michael waved at me from the back seat, and I wondered if I'd just saved his childhood or simply postponed an inevitable destiny. Tomorrow night, I would return to the between-world to begin learning what it meant to be a bridge between realities. I would discover what my grandfather had discovered, what had changed him so fundamentally that he'd spent his later years speaking to invisible companions and disappearing for days at a time. But tonight, a family was driving home safely, and a child was going to wake up in his own bed instead of in a realm where different laws governed existence itself. It felt like a fair trade. At least, I hoped it was. I returned to Trailhead 12 the following night with equipment that had nothing to do with standard ranger procedures. The leather pouch my grandfather had given me, now supplemented with additional items Joseph Crowfeather had provided during a brief afternoon visit, a medicine bag containing herbs I couldn't identify, a flute carved from red cedar, and a small mirror backed with obsidian. These will help you maintain connection to your human identity, Joseph had explained. In their world, consciousness becomes flexible. Without anchors to who you are, you might find yourself becoming something else entirely. The archway appeared as soon as I lit the sage bundle, the parallel trees bending inward to create a doorway that led into darkness so complete it seemed solid. But this time, I stepped through without hesitation. The transition was easier than before, as if the between-world recognized my return and accepted my presence more readily. I found myself in the luminescent forest, where the guardian waited beside the circle of standing stones. You come prepared, it observed, noting the ritual items I carried. I come to learn, I replied, trying to remember the formal phrases Joseph had taught me. Then let us begin with understanding. Walk with me, David Thompson, and see what your people have forgotten. We traveled deeper into the between-world than I had ventured before, past the clearings with their intricate moss patterns, beyond the streams that flowed uphill carrying liquid starlight. The forest here was older, more primal, with trees so massive their trunks disappeared into darkness above and their roots created chambers large enough to house entire communities. And communities there were. I saw them as we walked, glimpses of figures moving through the tree cathedral spaces, beings that were clearly related to my guide but different in subtle ways. Some were smaller, more slender, with features that seemed almost human. Others were larger, more imposing, carrying themselves with the authority of ancient age. Your people call us all by one name, the guardian said, noticing my attention. But we are as diverse as you are. Families, clans, territories. Some of us have lived alongside humans for thousands of years. Others have withdrawn to places where your kind cannot follow. How many of you are there? Fewer each generation. Your world expands, and ours contracts. The places where realities intersect become scarce. That is why the agreements are necessary. We reached a clearing where the bioluminescent moss formed complex geometric patterns around a structure that defied architectural understanding. It seemed to be carved from a single massive tree, with chambers and passages that extended both upward into the branches and downward into the root system. Soft light emanated from the walls themselves, and the air hummed with harmonics that spoke of great age and careful preservation. This is where those who serve as bridges come to learn, the guardian explained. Your grandfather stood in this place. Now you will learn what he learned. Inside the tree structure, I met others who had made the crossing between worlds. Sarah White Cloud, a woman about my age who introduced herself as a member of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, had been serving as a bridge for 6 years. Her human features were subtly altered, her eyes held flecks of the same blue-green glow as the moss, and when she spoke, her voice carried harmonic undertones that reminded me of wine through pine trees. The changes come gradually, she explained, seeing my stare. The longer you spend in this reality, the more it reshapes you. But the core of who you are remains intact, as long as you remember to anchor yourself. Marcus Chen, who had crossed over from the modern world 8 years earlier, still looked essentially human but moved with a fluid grace that suggested his relationship with physical space had been fundamentally altered. I was a park ranger too, he said. Sequoia National Forest. I came here to negotiate for a missing family and found something I'd been searching for my whole life without knowing it. What was that? Purpose. In your world, I was just maintaining hiking trails and issuing camping permits. Here, I'm helping preserve something that's existed since before your civilization began. They showed me the chronicles, records of the agreements between human and guardian communities, carved into living wood that seemed to grow new entries as needed. The history they contained stretched back thousands of years, documenting a relationship that had evolved from mutual wariness to cautious cooperation to something approaching partnership. The role of the bridge, Sarah explained, is to maintain communication between realities that operate by different rules. Humans think in terms of linear time, individual ownership, technological solutions. Guardians think in terms of cyclical time, collective responsibility, natural balance. What does that mean in practical terms? Marcus led me to a section of the chronicles that glowed more brightly than the rest. It means preventing conflicts before they start. When your people want to build roads through sacred territories, we find alternatives that serve both needs. When our people become territorial about expanding human populations, we negotiate boundaries that protect essential spaces. And sometimes, Sarah added, it means managing situations where the rules of both realities have been broken. She showed me a more recent entry in the chronicles, one that made my skin crawl as I began to understand its implications. 3 years ago, something crossed over from our side without permission. One of the younger guardians, angry about mining operations that were disrupting ancestral territories. It began taking humans not to fulfill agreements or maintain balance, but out of rage. I thought about the missing persons cases that had occurred in the years before I'd been assigned to this sector. Hikers who had vanished without trace, leaving behind only scattered belongings and occasionally massive footprints that official reports attributed to hoaxes or misidentification. Ranger Martinez, I said, understanding. He was taken by the rogue guardian. And recovered by us, Marcus confirmed. But the damage was done. Your authorities became suspicious, began investigating more aggressively. We had to intervene more directly than we prefer. What happened to the rogue guardian? Sarah and Marcus exchanged glances, and I realized I had asked about something that touched on guardian politics I wasn't ready to understand. Justice in our world operates by different principles, Sarah said finally. But the threat has been contained. Over the following hours, though time moved differently in the between world, making it difficult to measure the passage of minutes or days, they taught me the basics of serving as a bridge. Communication, I learned, was not just about language but about fundamental ways of understanding reality. Guardians experience the world as interconnected webs of relationship and responsibility, where individual actions rippled across vast networks of consequence. Humans experience the world as collections of separate objects and independent actors, where cause and effect followed linear patterns. Learning to translate between these worldviews, Marcus explained, is like learning to think in multiple dimensions simultaneously. They taught me meditation techniques that allowed my consciousness to shift between human and guardian perspectives, rituals that opened channels of communication with beings who existed primarily as spiritual entities, and protective practices that would prevent me from losing my human identity completely. The flute Joseph had given me turned out to be more than a ritual object. It was an instrument capable of producing harmonic frequencies that resonated across dimensional boundaries. When I played it, following melodies Sarah taught me, I could feel my awareness expanding to encompass perspectives and sensitivities I'd never imagined. Your grandfather was particularly gifted with the music, Sarah said. He could call guardians from great distances, convince them to gather for negotiations that might otherwise have taken years to arrange. Is that why he was chosen for this role? That, and his bloodline. Some human families carry genetic markers that make crossing between realities easier. The Thompson line is one of them. I thought about my grandfather's later years, his tendency to speak to empty air, his habit of disappearing into the forest for days at a time. I was beginning to understand that he hadn't been losing his mind, he'd been maintaining relationships with beings who existed outside normal human perception. How long did he serve as a bridge? 30 years. Until you were old enough to be trained for the role. But I was never trained. Marcus smiled, an expression that held layers of meaning I was only beginning to perceive. Aren't you? Who taught you to show respect for the forest? Who made sure you understood the proper protocols for offering tobacco and sage? Who gave you the tools you needed to cross over safely? I realized that my entire childhood had been a preparation I hadn't recognized. Every camping trip with my grandfather, every lesson about reading animal signs and weather patterns, every story about the old ways and the first people, it had all been training for this moment. The agreements require renewal every generation, Sarah continued. Your grandfather fulfilled his obligation. Now it's your turn. And after me? That depends on whether you have children, whether they carry the markers, whether they're willing to accept the responsibility. I thought about my solitary life, my lack of close relationships, my dedication to a job that now seemed like preparation for something much larger. I was beginning to understand that my entire existence had been shaped by forces I'd never consciously acknowledged. What if I refuse? What if I decide I can't handle this responsibility? The question hung in the luminescent air between us, and I realized I had touched on something fundamental about the nature of choice and obligation. Then the agreements fail, Marcus said simply. And both people suffer the consequences. What consequences? Sarah gestured toward the chronicles, where new entries were appearing even as we spoke. Your world and ours exist in delicate balance. Remove the bridges, and the balance fails. Guardians become territorial, protecting their remaining territories by force. Humans become invasive, destroying what they don't understand. Eventually, one people displaces the other entirely. And based on historical precedent, Marcus added grimly, it won't be the Guardians who get displaced. I spent what felt like days learning the basics of bridge work, though Sarah assured me it was only one night in the ordinary world. When I finally returned through the archway, dawn was breaking over the mountains, and I felt like I was carrying the weight of two realities on my shoulders. My first task, they had told me, would be to investigate reports of Guardian activity in the northern section of the forest. Campers had been reporting strange sounds, missing equipment, and massive footprints around Glacier Peak. The local Guardian community wanted to ensure it wasn't another rogue situation developing. I drove back to the ranger station with my head spinning from everything I'd learned. The ordinary world seemed flimsy now, like a painted backdrop hiding the real structure of existence. Every tree I passed carried symbols I was beginning to recognize, every rock formation held significance I was starting to understand. By the time I reached my office, I had 3 voice messages waiting. The first was from my supervisor, commending me for the successful rescue of the Henderson family. The second was from James Henderson, thanking me for bringing them home safely and asking if Michael could come visit the ranger station sometime to learn more about forest conservation. The third message made my blood run cold. This is Dr. Patricia Morrison from the University of Washington Anthropology Department. I understand you've been having some unusual experiences in your sector of the forest. I think we need to talk. There are some things you should know about what's really happening out there. I stared at the phone, wondering how a university professor had learned about events that existed outside official documentation. And more importantly, wondering what she knew that I hadn't been told. The bridge training had taught me that information moved through channels I didn't understand, crossing boundaries between the academic world and the hidden realities I was just beginning to explore. It seemed my education in interdimensional diplomacy was about to become more complicated. Dr. Patricia Morrison arrived at the ranger station 3 hours after I returned her call, driving a battered Subaru loaded with camping equipment and what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 40s, with the kind of focused intensity that suggested someone who had dedicated her life to pursuing uncomfortable truths. "Ranger Thompson," she said, shaking my hand with a grip that conveyed both strength and nervous energy. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I know this must be confusing." I poured coffee and studied her carefully. "How exactly do you know about unusual experiences in my sector?" "Because I've been documenting them for 6 years. The footprints, the missing persons cases, the reports of structures that appear overnight and disappear by morning. The university thinks I'm studying folklore and myth. They have no idea I'm documenting actual contact with a non-human intelligence." She opened a laptop and showed me photographs that made my skin crawl. Images of the tree formations I'd seen, the rock arrangements that marked boundaries, the clearings where moss grew in geometric patterns. But these photos were taken during daylight, in locations spread across multiple national forests. "You've been to the between world," I said. It wasn't a question. Her expression shifted, and I saw recognition flash in her eyes. "You know about the crossing points. How much have they told you?" "Enough to understand that the situation is more complex than I initially realized." Dr. Morrison closed the laptop and leaned forward. "Ranger Thompson, David, what I'm about to tell you is going to challenge everything you think you know about your role here. Try me. The agreements your family has been maintaining? They're not the only ones. There are bridge families scattered across North America, each maintaining relationships with different guardian communities. And those communities are not as unified as they've led you to believe." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are factions among the guardians. Some want to maintain the old agreements, to coexist peacefully with human expansion. Others want to reclaim their traditional territories entirely. And a third group wants something else altogether. They want to guide human development in directions that serve their long-term interests." She opened her laptop again and showed me a map of North America marked with dozens of red dots. Each of these locations represents a guardian community. The yellow dots are confirmed bridge families. The red dots are territories where the agreements have failed. There were far more red dots than yellow ones. "Failed how?" "Sometimes the bridge families died out or refused to continue serving. Sometimes the guardian communities decided unilateral action was more effective than negotiation. And sometimes..." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Sometimes the bridges were compromised." "Compromised how?" "Turned. Convinced to serve guardian interests instead of maintaining balance between both peoples." I thought about Sarah Whitecloud and Marcus Chen, about the subtle changes in their appearance and the harmonic undertones in their voices. I thought about my grandfather's later years, his conversations with invisible companions, his long disappearances into the forest. How do you know if a bridge has been compromised? They stop reporting to their human contacts. They begin pushing agendas that favor guardian expansion. And they start recruiting new bridges from outside the traditional bloodlines. Dr. Morrison showed me photographs of people I didn't recognize, men and women of various ages, all with the same subtle alterations I'd noticed in Sarah and Marcus. The blue-green glow in their eyes, the fluid movement that suggested an altered relationship with physical space. These people were all reported missing over the past decade. They're all alive and well, living in guardian communities, serving as advocates for non-human interests. You're saying I'm being recruited for something other than what I was told. I'm saying the guardian community that contacted you may not represent mainstream guardian interests. The beings who call themselves protectors and teachers. Some of them are actually expansionists who want to accelerate the process of replacing human influence with their own. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the forest that had been my workplace for 12 years. It seemed different now, as if every shadow might conceal watchers, every familiar landmark might be marking territories I didn't understand. If what you're saying is true, then what am I supposed to do? The Henderson family was real. They were really in danger. Oh, the immediate situation was absolutely real. But consider this, why did the Guardians choose a child from a family with no connection to the traditional agreements? Why not simply approach you directly if they needed your family's obligation fulfilled? The implications hit me like a physical blow. They were creating a situation that would force me to cross over. And once you crossed over, once you began the bridge training, you became vulnerable to influence and recruitment. The line between serving as a neutral mediator and serving Guardian interests becomes increasingly blurred. Dr. Morrison showed me recordings of conversations she'd had with other researchers, academics who had been documenting similar situations across multiple regions. The pattern was consistent: Guardian communities approaching isolated individuals, creating crisis situations that required heroic intervention, then offering training and purpose to people who felt disconnected from their ordinary lives. The traditional bridge families served as checks and balances, she explained. They were trained from childhood to maintain perspective, to resist complete assimilation. But the new recruits don't have those protections. So what are you suggesting I do? Continue your training, but maintain contact with human researchers who can provide outside perspective. Document everything. And be very careful about accepting Guardian explanations for events at face value. She handed me a satellite phone and a small recording device. These work even in the between world, though the Guardians probably don't realize that. Record your training sessions. Stay in contact with me. And if you start feeling like human concerns are less important than Guardian concerns, call immediately. That evening, I returned to the crossing point with equipment that had nothing to do with traditional bridge training. The satellite phone was concealed in my pack, the recording device hidden in my jacket pocket. I felt like a spy infiltrating an organization I'd been invited to join. The Guardian was waiting for me at the circle of standing stones, along with Sarah and Marcus. They seemed pleased to see me returning so quickly. You learn quickly, the Guardian observed. Tonight, we will show you the larger scope of our work. They led me deeper into the between world than I had traveled before, past the tree cathedral structures, beyond the clearings with their geometric moss patterns. The forest here was older, more alien, with vegetation that belonged to no earthly ecosystem and structures that defied architectural understanding. And there were humans. Dozens of them, living in communities that seemed to blend human technology with Guardian biomechanics. People who looked mostly human but moved with the fluid grace I'd noticed in Sarah and Marcus, their eyes holding the blue-green glow that marked prolonged exposure to between-world energies. This is the future, Marcus explained, gesturing toward the hybrid communities. Humans and Guardians working together, sharing knowledge and resources, building societies that honor both technological innovation and natural balance. It's beautiful, I said, and meant it. The communities were beautiful, in an otherworldly way that spoke of harmony between seemingly incompatible elements. But they were also unsettling. The humans moved too smoothly, spoke with harmonic undertones that suggested their vocal cords had been altered, and when they looked at me, their expressions held depths of knowledge that seemed to encompass perspectives no human mind should be able to process. How long have these communities existed? I asked. Some for decades, Sarah replied. Others are newer, as more bridges choose to remain in the between world rather than return to purely human existence. Choose to remain? The training changes you, the Guardian explained. As you learn to think from Guardian perspectives, human concerns begin to seem limited, short-sighted. Many bridges find they prefer the expanded awareness that comes with permanent residence here. I activated the recording device in my pocket, hoping it was capturing conversations that might be crucial for understanding what I was really being offered. What about their families? Their lives in the human world? Marcus smiled, an expression that no longer looked entirely human. What families? What lives? Most of us were isolated, disconnected, searching for meaning in existence that seemed to lack purpose. Here, we found something worth dedicating ourselves to. And what is that? The preservation of consciousness itself, Sarah said. Human civilization is driving itself toward extinction. Environmental destruction, technological overreach, social fragmentation. Your species is destroying the planetary systems that support complex life. But working with Guardian communities, the Guardian added, humans can learn to live sustainably, to think in terms of cycles and relationships rather than linear exploitation. The Between World offers a model for what human society could become. They showed me agricultural systems that grew food without depleting soil, architectural techniques that created buildings from living trees, energy systems that tapped into planetary magnetic fields. It was impressive, even inspiring. It was also deeply seductive. I found myself thinking that maybe Dr. Morrison was wrong, maybe the traditional agreements were inadequate for addressing modern environmental crises. Maybe what the Guardians were offering was exactly what humanity needed, guidance from beings who thought in terms of geological time and ecological balance. Then I remembered the satellite phone in my pack and the recording device in my pocket, and I realized how quickly my perspective was shifting toward Guardian viewpoints. I need to process what I've seen, I said. This is all much larger than I expected. Of course, the Guardian replied. Understanding comes gradually. Return tomorrow night, and we will show you more. I made my way back to the crossing point, my head spinning with images of hybrid communities and expanded consciousness. But as I stepped through the archway back into the ordinary world, I felt something like relief wash over me. The forest on the human side seemed diminished after the wonders of the Between World, but it also felt solid, real, governed by laws I understood. I activated the satellite phone and called Dr. Morrison. They're recruiting me, I said without preamble when she answered. Everything you warned me about is happening. How do you feel about that? I considered the question carefully. Part of me wants to join them. The communities they've built are incredible, and they make compelling arguments about human civilization destroying itself. And the other part? The other part remembers that I'm supposed to be maintaining balance, not choosing sides. Good. That means you haven't been completely compromised yet. Can you continue the training while maintaining critical perspective? I think so. But Dr. Morrison, they're right about some things. Human activity is destroying the environment. Maybe we do need guidance from beings who think in longer timescales. There was a pause before she replied. That's exactly how it starts, David. First you accept that they have superior perspective. Then you accept that their goals are more important than human autonomy. Then you accept that humans who resist those goals are obstacles to be removed. Removed how? I'll send you files tomorrow. There are patterns, David. Regions where Guardian influence has become dominant, human populations have declined. Sometimes through immigration, sometimes through unexplained disappearances, sometimes through what appear to be natural disasters. I hung up the phone and drove back to the ranger station, my mind wrestling with questions that had no comfortable answers. Was I being recruited by benevolent teachers or sophisticated manipulators? Were the Guardians offering humanity salvation or subjugation? And was there any meaningful difference between those options if the end result was the same? The recording device had captured several hours of conversation, and when I played it back in my office, I heard things I'd missed during the actual conversations. Subtle harmonics in Guardian speech that seemed designed to influence human brain chemistry. Phrases that repeated in patterns suggesting they were triggering specific psychological responses. Most disturbing, I heard my own voice changing over the course of the evening, gradually acquiring harmonic undertones similar to those I'd noticed in Sarah and Marcus. The transformation was already beginning, and I wasn't sure I could stop it even if I wanted to. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was being transformed into, and whether Dr. Morrison's warnings about Guardian expansionism were accurate or paranoid. I had a feeling that the next phase of my training would answer those questions whether I was ready or not. The files Dr. Morrison sent arrived the next morning, and what they contained made me understand that the situation was far more dangerous than I'd realized. The Guardians weren't just recruiting individual bridges, they were implementing a long-term strategy to replace human civilization entirely. And I was either going to help them do it, or find a way to stop them. The choice, I was beginning to understand, might not be entirely mine to make. 6 months later. I'm writing this account during what may be my last hours in the human world. Tomorrow night, I'm scheduled to undergo the final phase of bridge training, a ceremony the Guardians call the joining, which will permanently alter my consciousness and bind me to their community. Dr. Morrison was right about almost everything. The files she sent me documented a pattern spanning decades, guardian communities gradually extending their influence over human populations, replacing local leaders with compromised bridges, engineering natural disasters to force human relocations, and slowly but systematically expanding their territorial control. The traditional bridge families hadn't been maintaining balance, they'd been managing a carefully orchestrated surrender. My grandfather's journals, which I found hidden in his old house after months of searching, told the real story. The agreements weren't negotiations between equals. They were terms of conditional surrender, designed to make human capitulation seem voluntary while guardian communities prepared for eventual total dominance. The between world wasn't a separate reality, it was an overlay, a guardian version of our reality that existed in the same physical space but operated by different rules. The crossing points weren't dimensional gateways, they were zones where guardian influence was strong enough to impose their version of physics and biology over ours. And the humans living in guardian communities weren't voluntary immigrants, they were converted administrators, their personalities gradually replaced by hybrid consciousness that served guardian interests while maintaining the appearance of human choice. I've documented everything, the recruitment techniques, the conversion process, the long-term strategy for species replacement. I've hidden copies of this information in locations across 3 states, with instructions for release if I disappear or if my behavior changes in ways that suggest compromise. But I'm still going back. Not because I've been compromised, and not because I believe the Guardians represent humanity's salvation. I'm going back because someone needs to be inside their organization when the final phase of their plan begins, and because there are still people in those communities who might be saved if they're reminded of what they used to be. Sarah Whitecloud, Marcus Chen, and dozens of others weren't evil people who chose to betray their species. They were isolated individuals who were offered purpose and belonging by being sophisticated enough to exploit human psychological vulnerabilities. The joinings can be reversed, according to my grandfather's notes. The hybrid consciousness is layered over human personality rather than replacing it completely. But the reversal requires specific techniques, precise timing, and someone willing to resist conversion long enough to implement the protocols. I've been practicing those techniques for months, using meditation and anchoring methods Joseph Crowfeather taught me combined with neurofeedback equipment Dr. Morrison provided. I've built psychological barriers designed to protect core aspects of my identity even if my conscious mind is altered. I can't guarantee it will work. The Guardians have had thousands of years to perfect their conversion methods, and I've had less than a year to develop countermeasures. But I have advantages they don't expect, knowledge of their true agenda, technical equipment they don't understand, and allies they don't know about. Tonight, I'll attend the joining ceremony. Tomorrow, I'll either emerge as a converted Guardian administrator, or I'll begin the most dangerous undercover operation in human history. If you're reading this and I haven't made contact within 30 days, assume I've been compromised. Release the files. Warn the other bridge families. And whatever you do, don't let anyone convince you that humanity needs Guardians to guide our development. We may be destroying our environment, we may be politically fragmented, we may be technologically reckless. But we're still capable of learning, adapting, and choosing our own future. The Guardians want to take that choice away from us, one bridge at a time. I'm going to try to stop them. If I fail, at least someone will know what really happened to the ranger who went into the forest to rescue a missing family and discovered that the greatest threat to humanity comes from beings who claim to be our protectors. Wish me luck. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. David Thompson, Ranger Station 7, Cascade Ridge National Forest. P.S. If something happens to me, tell Michael Henderson that the forest songs I promised to teach him are in the blue notebook in my desk drawer. Tell him to learn them well, and to remember that not all tall men who sing have his best interests at heart. This account was found in Ranger David Thompson's desk drawer on March 15th, alongside detailed files documenting alleged Guardian infiltration of multiple national parks. Thompson was reported missing on March 14th after failing to return from a routine patrol. His vehicle was found at Trailhead 12, with no signs of struggle. Search and rescue operations are ongoing. The contents of this document are being investigated by appropriate authorities. Park Superintendent William Carter. Night shifts in national forests teach you things they don't cover in training. The darkness between trees holds sounds that don't match any wildlife manual. Footsteps that follow parallel trails, always staying just beyond your flashlight's reach. I've stopped investigating every noise. Some things are better left undisturbed. My incident reports never mention what I really encounter out there. At least, they didn't until the disappearances started. My name is Daniel Whitehorse, and I've been a ranger at Deep Creek National Forest for 8 years. Half Cherokee on my mother's side, though I never paid much attention to the old stories growing up. That was before I started working these woods, before I understood that some traditions exist because they keep people alive. The forest sprawls across 200,000 acres of pristine wilderness in the Pacific Northwest, where ancient Douglas firs tower over an understory thick enough to hide entire ecosystems. Most visitors stick to the marked trails, but hunters, hikers, and thrill-seekers venture deeper every weekend. That's when we usually find them or when we don't. It was September when the pattern started. A Saturday morning brought the first call. James Morrison, 34, experienced hiker from Portland. His wife Sarah said he planned to summit Cascade Peak via the North Trail, a challenging but well-traveled route. James knew the area, had climbed it twice before. He was supposed to return by Sunday evening. Monday came and went. Sarah called again Tuesday, voice cracking with barely controlled panic. James wouldn't just disappear, she insisted when he took her statement. He's methodical about everything. Always leaves detailed route plans, always carries emergency gear. The search began Wednesday morning. I led a team of 6 rangers and volunteers up the North Trail, following James's documented path. Weather had been perfect the previous weekend, clear skies, mild temperatures, no storms to explain a sudden emergency. The trail conditions were excellent. We found his pack at mile marker 7, sitting upright against a boulder as if carefully placed. Nothing was disturbed, nothing missing. Water bottles still full, emergency GPS beacon untouched, phone at 40% battery. James's camping gear remained perfectly organized inside, sleeping bag still in its compression sack. Looks like he just set it down for a break, said Kevin Martinez, our most experienced tracker. Kevin had been searching these woods for 15 years and could read sign like text on a page. But even he seemed puzzled. Trail continues normal for maybe 50 yards, then nothing. No footprints, no broken vegetation. Like he just vanished into thin air. That's when we called in the helicopter and expanded the search grid. 2 more days of systematic sweeps turned up nothing. No body, no clothing, no trace that James Morrison had ever existed beyond mile marker 7. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead due to misadventure. But I knew these mountains, knew how they swallowed people who weren't prepared. This felt different. Too clean, too inexplicable. Standing at the location where James's pack was found, I remembered something my grandmother used to say, the forest has its own laws, boy. You respect them, or they'll teach you the hard way. At the time, I dismissed it as old-fashioned superstition. Now, surrounded by silent trees that seemed to watch our every move, those words carried new weight. The search officially ended Friday afternoon. As we packed up our equipment and prepared to hike out, I noticed Kevin crouched beside a massive cedar tree about 20 yards off the main trail. He was examining something in the soft earth, his expression troubled. Find something? I called out. Kevin stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. Track, he said simply. Single footprint. Bare foot, by the look of it. I walked over to examine his discovery. Pressed into the damp soil was indeed a footprint, but unlike anything I'd ever seen. It measured at least 16 inches long and 6 inches wide, with clearly defined toe impressions. The depth suggested incredible weight. Whatever had made this track was substantial. Could be a hoax, Kevin said, but uncertainty crept into his voice. Some kid playing pranks. 16-inch foot means someone over 7 feet tall, I replied, crouching to study the print more closely. The toe impression showed a flexibility and spread unlike human feet. More disturbing were the nail marks, long, curved indentations that suggested claws rather than typical human toenails. Kevin shook his head. Been doing this a long time, Danny. Never seen anything like it. We took photos and measurements, following standard protocol for unusual evidence. But privately, both of us knew this footprint raised more questions than it answered. If someone was playing pranks in these woods, they were doing it in an area where a man had just vanished without a trace. As we hiked back toward the trailhead, the forest around us seemed different somehow. The usual sounds, bird calls, squirrel chatter, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, had faded to an unnatural silence. Our boots on the trail sounded unnaturally loud, echoing off the tree trunks in a way that made my skin crawl. "Danny," Kevin said quietly as we rounded a bend in the trail. He'd stopped walking and was staring up into the canopy above us. "You hear that?" I paused, listening carefully. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then I caught it, a low, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere high in the trees. Not quite a growl, not quite a voice. Almost like someone humming a melody in a language I didn't recognize. The sound continued for maybe 30 seconds, then faded away as gradually as it had begun. Kevin and I exchanged glances but said nothing. What was there to say? Included in our report and risk being labeled as rangers who let the wilderness get to their heads? We finished the hike in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts. It wasn't until I reached my truck in the parking area that I realized we'd been followed. Not by anything I could see or identify, but by the persistent feeling of eyes watching from the tree line. Every time I glanced back, the forest looked normal, just trees and shadows and late afternoon sunlight filtering through the canopy. But the feeling remained, and it followed me all the way home. That night, I called my grandmother for the first time in months. She lived on the reservation about an hour's drive from the forest, in a small house filled with the smell of sage and decades of accumulated wisdom. "Grandmother," I said after we'd exchanged pleasantries, "tell me about the old stories. The ones about things that live in the deep woods." Her response came without hesitation, as if she'd been expecting this call. "You've seen something, haven't you, boy?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." "The Saskatoons," she said, using the old Salish word. "Your grandfather's people knew them well. Called them the Guardians. They watch over the deep places, the places where the world grows thin." "Guardians of what?" "The balance," she replied simply. "Between our world and the older one underneath. When people take too much, go too far, disturb what should be left alone, sometimes the Guardians intervene." I thought about James Morrison, about his carefully placed pack and impossible disappearance. What kind of intervention? My grandmother was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. "Sometimes they teach. Sometimes they warn. Sometimes they take people away to places where they can't cause any more harm. And sometimes they send them back changed, so they can spread the warning to others." After we hung up, I sat in my kitchen staring at the photos from the search on my laptop screen. The enormous footprint looked even more unsettling under the harsh glare of my overhead light. But it was something else in the photos that caught my attention, something I hadn't noticed in the field. In the background of one image, barely visible among the trees, was a dark shape. Tall and broad-shouldered, standing perfectly still about 50 yards from where we'd been working. The image was too distant and blurry to make out details, but the proportions were wrong for a person. Too tall, too wide, too massive through the torso. I enhanced the image as much as my basic photo software allowed, but the shape remained frustratingly indistinct. It could have been a tree trunk, a shadow, an optical illusion created by overlapping branches. But looking at it made my skin crawl with the same uneasiness I'd felt on the trail. Whatever was happening in Deep Creek National Forest, James Morrison's disappearance was just the beginning. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the forest had gone silent around us, in the impossible footprint we discovered. The old stories were waking up, and they had something to teach us about respecting boundaries we'd forgotten existed. 3 weeks passed before the next disappearance, and I spent most of that time trying to convince myself that James Morrison had simply suffered an accident in terrain too rugged for us to find his body. Park Service Administration preferred that explanation, clean, rational, requiring no uncomfortable questions about things that shouldn't exist. But the footprint photos haunted me. I'd submitted them with our official report, where they were promptly filed away and forgotten. When I asked about follow-up investigation, my supervisor reminded me that unexplained tracks weren't unusual in wilderness areas. Bears walking upright, Hook's footprints, misidentified human prints, all more plausible than whatever I was implying. The second call came on a Thursday morning in early October. Two hikers this time, Robert Chen and Michael Foster, both 28, both experienced outdoorsmen who'd been friends since college. They'd planned a 3-day backpacking trip through the eastern section of the forest, following a loop trail that would take them past Mirror Lake and up to Devil's Backbone Ridge. Robert's girlfriend Emma reported them missing when they failed to return Tuesday as scheduled. She waited an additional day before calling, knowing that hiking plans sometimes change and men often lose track of time in the wilderness. But Thursday morning brought no word, and neither man was answering his cell phone. This time, I wasn't taking any chances. I insisted we begin the search immediately and called in additional personnel from neighboring districts. If there was a pattern developing, I wanted overwhelming resources to document whatever we found. The search team assembled at dawn Friday morning, 8 rangers, 12 volunteers from local search and rescue, 2 tracking dogs, and a helicopter on standby. We had GPS coordinates for Robert and Michael's planned route, detailed maps of the entire eastern section, and emergency protocols for every conceivable scenario. What we didn't have was any preparation for what we actually discovered. The first day's search covered the initial 10 miles of the loop trail without incident. We found evidence of the men's passage, footprints in soft ground, a candy wrapper that matched the brand Robert preferred, normal signs of 2 hikers moving at a steady pace. Their campsite from Monday night was easy to locate, a designated area near Mirror Lake where the fire ring showed recent use and the ground still held impressions from 2 tents. But beyond Tuesday morning's camp, the trail told a different story. William Santos, one of our most experienced trackers, found where the men had stopped for what appeared to be an extended break about 2 miles past Mirror Lake. Their heavy packs had left clear impressions in the earth beside the trail, and the ground showed signs they'd spent considerable time in one spot. They weren't just resting, William observed, pointing to disturbed vegetation and scuff marks in the dirt. Something happened here. See how the tracks change direction, become more scattered? The tracking dogs confirmed his assessment. Both animals became agitated at this location, whining and pulling in different directions before finally sitting down and refusing to continue. Handler Patricia Valdez had never seen such behavior from her animals. They're confused, she explained, trying unsuccessfully to motivate the dogs forward. Like the scent trail just stops. But not gradually, like it would if the hikers had moved upwind or crossed water. More like it was cut off suddenly. We found Robert's hiking pole about 50 yards into the forest, lying across a fallen log as if it had been carefully placed. No other gear, no signs of struggle, no indication of why he would have abandoned essential equipment. Michael's GPS unit turned up another 100 yards deeper in the woods, still functioning but showing no recorded waypoints beyond their Tuesday morning camp. The search pattern expanded through Saturday and Sunday, covering every square mile within a 5-mile radius of the last confirmed sighting. Helicopter overflights revealed nothing. Ground teams with metal detectors found no buried gear. Even specialized cadaver dogs brought in from Seattle showed no interest in the area. By Sunday evening, we had 2 more experienced hikers vanish without explanation in almost exactly the same manner as James Morrison. Gear abandoned in strange circumstances, no trace of the men themselves, and an increasingly frustrated team of searchers who couldn't understand how people simply disappeared from well-traveled trails. That's when I decided to investigate the stories my grandmother had shared. Monday morning, I drove to the Tribal Cultural Center on the reservation and asked to speak with Joseph Crowfeather, an elder whom my grandmother had mentioned as someone who still remembers the old warnings. Joseph was in his 70s, with deeply lined hands and eyes that seemed to hold decades of accumulated wisdom. "Your grandmother said you might come," he told me as we sat in his small office surrounded by books, artifacts, and photographs of tribal history. "She said the forest was teaching you lessons you weren't ready to learn." I described the disappearances, the abandoned gear, the impossible footprint we discovered at James Morrison's last known location. Joseph listened without interruption, occasionally nodding as if my account confirmed things he already knew. The Saskatoons have been part of our stories for as long as our people have lived in these mountains, he said when I finished. They are not animals, not monsters. They are guardians, protectors of places where the spirit world touches our own. You're talking about Sasquatch, I said. You're saying Bigfoot is real. Joseph smiled patiently. Your people's word, Bigfoot, makes it sound like a creature from children's stories. The Saskatoons are far older and more complex than that. They understand things about the balance between worlds that modern people have forgotten. He pulled a leather-bound journal from his desk drawer and opened it to pages covered with handwritten notes and sketched maps. My grandfather documented encounters with the Saskatoons throughout the early 1900s. Loggers who went too deep into sacred groves, miners who disturbed burial sites, hunters who killed more than they needed. The pattern was always the same. They disappeared. Most were warned first. The Saskatoons would make their presence known, strange sounds, enormous footprints, the feeling of being watched. Those who heeded the warnings and left the area alone were never bothered again. Joseph turned several pages, showing me sketches of footprints nearly identical to the one Kevin and I had photographed. But those who ignored the warnings, who continued to violate sacred boundaries. He shook his head. Some disappeared permanently. Others were found days later, miles from where they vanished, with no memory of what had happened to them. And you think that's what's happening now? People are violating some kind of boundary? 3 disappearances in less than a month, all in the same general area? Joseph closed the journal and fixed me with a direct stare. Something has changed in those mountains, something that's awakened the guardians. The question is what? That afternoon, I returned to the forest with a different perspective. Instead of viewing the eastern section as just another wilderness area to patrol, I tried to see it through the lens of traditional knowledge that Joseph had shared. Were there patterns in the landscape I'd missed? Signs that modern training hadn't taught me to recognize? The answer came as I hiked the loop trail Robert and Michael had followed. About halfway to their final known position, I noticed something that had escaped my attention during the search, a subtle change in the character of the forest itself. The trees here were older, larger, with canopies so thick they filtered the afternoon sunlight to a dim green glow. The understory was different too, less diverse, dominated by plants I didn't immediately recognize. Even the air felt different, heavier somehow, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. Most significantly, the usual forest sounds were almost completely absent. No bird calls, no squirrel chatter, no buzz of insects. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all directions. I was taking notes on these observations when I heard it, the same low, rhythmic humming Kevin and I had encountered 3 weeks earlier. This time it was closer, coming from somewhere directly ahead on the trail. I stopped walking and listened carefully, trying to pinpoint the source. The humming continued for nearly a minute, rising and falling in a pattern that almost sounded like a melody. Then it stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so complete it made my ears ring. That's when I saw the tracks. Fresh footprints crossed the trail about 20 yards ahead, leading from the forest on my left to the forest on my right. Even from a distance, I could see they were enormous, far larger than any human could have made. The stride length between prints suggested something with legs much longer than a person's. I approached the crossing point carefully, my hand resting on the radio clip to my belt. If these tracks were authentic, I needed to document them properly. If they were hoaxed, I needed to understand how someone was managing to create such convincing evidence in such a remote location. The footprints were unquestionably real. Pressed deep into the soft earth of the trail, they showed the same characteristics as the print Kevin and I had found: enormous size, clearly defined toes, and those disturbing claw marks at the tips. But these were fresh, made within the last few hours based on the sharp edges and lack of debris in the impressions. More troubling was the direction they headed. The trail of prints led directly toward the area where Robert and Michael had vanished, following a path through the forest that no human could have navigated without specialized equipment. The terrain was too steep, too densely overgrown, too treacherous for normal passage. I followed the prints as far as I safely could, documenting each one with my camera and GPS unit. After about 200 yards, they led to the edge of a steep ravine where tracking became impossible. But standing at that precipice, Looking down into the shadowy depths below, I finally understood what Joseph Crowfeather had been trying to tell me. This wasn't just a wilderness area. It was a boundary, a place where different laws applied, where the modern world's assumptions about what was possible broke down. And something ancient had decided that modern people had crossed too far into territory they didn't understand. The warning phase was over. Now came the reckoning. I reported the fresh tracks through official channels, submitting detailed photographs and GPS coordinates with a formal request for additional investigation. The response was predictably bureaucratic: file the evidence, continue routine patrols, and avoid sensationalizing unexplained phenomena that might alarm the public. But I wasn't the only one who'd noticed a pattern. Timothy Reese, a wildlife biologist from the State University, had been conducting research in Deep Creek for the past month as part of a long-term ecosystem study. When he heard about the disappearances, he contacted our office with observations that added disturbing context to what we'd already discovered. Wildlife behavior in the eastern section has changed dramatically, Timothy explained during a meeting at the ranger station. Prey species have abandoned their normal ranges, predators are avoiding the area entirely, and migration patterns that have been consistent for decades have shifted overnight. He spread a series of maps across my desk, showing camera trap data from throughout the forest. Look at this. 2 months ago, we had normal animal activity throughout the entire study area. Now, there's essentially a dead zone covering roughly 40 square miles centered on Devil's Backbone Ridge. The dead zone corresponded almost exactly with the area where our 3 hikers had vanished. Dead zone meaning what, exactly? No wildlife activity at all. The cameras show empty forest, day and night. It's like every animal with enough intelligence to move has simply left. Timothy pulled up additional data on his laptop. The really strange part is the timeline. This exodus began approximately 6 weeks ago, which is just before your first disappearance. Whatever scared the animals away, it was already active before people started vanishing. Any theories about what could cause that kind of widespread behavioral change? Nothing natural, Timothy said without hesitation. I've studied ecosystem disruption for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Chemical contamination would show up in water and soil tests. Disease outbreaks leave traces. Natural disasters would be obvious. He paused, clearly uncomfortable with the direction his own evidence was leading. The only explanations that fit the data are explanations I'm not supposed to take seriously as a scientist. Before I could respond, my radio crackled with an emergency call. All units, missing person report. 3 hikers overdue on the Eastern Trail System. Requesting immediate response. Timothy and I exchanged glances. 3 more people, same area, same mysterious circumstances. The missing hikers were Anthony Rodriguez, Mark Williams, and Donald Thompson, all members of a university hiking club who'd planned a weekend trip to photograph autumn foliage. They were experienced outdoorsmen, well-equipped, and had filed detailed route plans with multiple people. Their faculty advisor had expected them back Sunday evening, but Monday morning brought no word and no response to phone calls. This time, I insisted on beginning the search immediately. We assembled the largest team yet, 15 rangers, 20 volunteers, for tracking dogs, and a helicopter with thermal imaging equipment. If something was systematically taking people from our forest, we were going to catch it in the act. The search began at dawn Tuesday and quickly followed the now familiar pattern. We found the hikers' planned campsite from Friday night, evidence of their Saturday morning departure, and normal progress along their documented route until early Sunday afternoon. Then, as with the previous disappearances, the trail simply ended. Christopher Walsh, our lead tracker, found the location where the 3 men had stopped for lunch, a small clearing beside a stream, perfect for rest and photographs. Their packs had been arranged in a neat triangle around the remains of a small cooking fire. Food packages were scattered around the area, partially consumed meals abandoned as if the hikers had been interrupted suddenly. Eating lunch, Christopher observed, pointing to open packages and partially unwrapped energy bars. Something made them stop mid-meal and leave everything behind. We found no signs of struggle, no indication of panic or hasty retreat. The 3 men had simply stopped eating, left their gear, and walked into the forest in 3 different directions. Their individual tracks were clear for about 50 yards, then vanished as completely as if they'd been lifted into the air. The tracking dogs confirmed the same pattern we'd seen before: confusion, agitation, and eventual refusal to continue. Handler Patricia had brought different animals this time, but the result was identical. Whatever had happened to Anthony, Mark, and Donald had left no scent trail the dogs could follow. As the search expanded through Tuesday and into Wednesday, I found myself working alongside Timothy, who had volunteered to help document any unusual environmental factors in the area. What we discovered defied rational explanation. Temperature differential, Timothy said, checking his instruments at the edge of the clearing where the hikers had vanished. It's nearly 10 degrees colder here than it should be, and there's no meteorological reason for it. More disturbing were the electromagnetic readings his equipment recorded. GPS units lose signal in a perfect circle around this location. Radio communications become garbled. Even digital cameras malfunction. Look at this. He showed me photographs he'd taken throughout the search area. Most were normal, but images captured within roughly 100 yards of the hiker's last known position showed strange distortions, shadowy figures that appeared in multiple frames, impossible geometric patterns in the sky, and areas where the forest seemed to fold in on itself in ways that hurt to look at. It's like the normal laws of physics become suggestions, Timothy said, clearly struggling to process his own data. As if reality itself becomes unstable here. By Thursday evening, we'd exhausted every conventional search method without finding a trace of the 3 missing hikers. The incident commander was preparing to scale back operations when I made a decision that would change everything. I volunteered for night patrol. If something was taking people from our forest, it was doing so during specific conditions we hadn't identified. All the disappearances had occurred during daylight hours, but my grandmother's story suggested that the Saskatchewan were most active after dark. If I wanted answers, I needed to experience the forest at night, alone, in the areas where people had vanished. My supervisor approved the patrol reluctantly, with strict check-in protocols and emergency backup procedures. I was to maintain radio contact every 30 minutes, stay on established trails, and avoid the immediate area where the latest disappearance had occurred. I ignored all 3 requirements. Thursday night found me hiking deep into the eastern section, following the same route Anthony, Mark, and Donald had taken on their final day. My plan was to reach their last known position just after midnight, when the forest would be at its darkest and most active. The hike took on a dreamlike quality almost immediately. Familiar trails felt different in the darkness, distances seemed to stretch and compress unpredictably, and my headlamp created shifting shadows that moved independently of their supposed sources. Twice I checked my GPS to confirm I was still on the correct path, only to find the device showing impossible readings that placed me miles from where I should have been. As I approached the clearing where the 3 hikers had vanished, the temperature dropped noticeably and the air took on a thick, oppressive quality that made breathing difficult. My radio began producing static-filled voices speaking in languages I didn't recognize, and my headlamp flickered despite fresh batteries. That's when I heard the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate sounds coming from the forest ahead, moving parallel to my position but staying just outside the range of my light. The stride length was enormous, covering ground faster than any human could walk, but the rhythm was unmistakably bipedal. I stopped hiking and listened carefully. The footsteps continued for several more seconds, then ceased abruptly. In the silence that followed, I became aware of another sound, the same rhythmic humming Kevin and I had heard weeks earlier, but much closer and more complex. Multiple voices harmonizing in that strange, wordless melody, coming from several directions at once. My training said to call for backup. My radio said no signal available. My instincts said to run. Instead, I called out into the darkness. "I know you're there," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "I know what happened to the missing hikers. I want to understand." The humming stopped instantly, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like pressure in my ears. Then, from directly ahead on the trail, came a voice that spoke in perfectly clear English. "You are not ready to understand, grandson of Mary Whitehorse." The shock of hearing my grandmother's name nearly dropped me to my knees. But more shocking was what stepped out of the shadows into the edge of my headlamp beam. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The face was more human than ape, with intelligent eyes that held depths of knowledge I couldn't begin to fathom. When it moved, every step was placed with careful precision, making no sound despite its enormous size. "The missing people," I managed to say. "What happened to them?" "They are learning," the creature replied, its voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate in my chest. "Learning to see the world as it truly is, not as your people have convinced themselves it should be." "Are they alive?" "They exist in a place where such questions have different answers. Some will return when they understand. Others have chosen to remain and help us maintain the balance your people constantly threaten." I wanted to ask more questions, but the creature raised one massive hand for silence. "You seek understanding, Daniel Whitehorse, but understanding requires sacrifice. Are you prepared to learn as the others have learned? To see the world through eyes that perceive more than your limited science allows?" Standing in that clearing, face to face with something that shouldn't exist, I realized I had a choice to make. I could return to the ranger station, file a report that would be dismissed as stress-induced hallucination, and continue pretending that the disappearances had rational explanations. Or I could take the step across a boundary I'd never be able to cross back over. "Yes," I said. "I'm ready to learn." The creature smiled, an expression that was both terrible and beautiful on its ancient features. "Then follow, and see what becomes of those who venture too deep into places they do not understand." It turned and walked into the forest, moving through dense undergrowth as if it were an open field. I followed, leaving behind not just the trail, but everything I thought I knew about the world. What followed was either the most profound spiritual experience of my life or a complete psychological breakdown. In the weeks since that night, I've tried to make sense of what happened, to find rational explanations that would allow me to maintain my position as a park ranger and my faith in the orderly world we pretend to inhabit. I've failed completely. The creature I followed, who identified himself as Speaks with Thunder, a name that carried harmonics impossible to reproduce with human vocal cords, led me through terrain that defied geographical logic. We walked for what felt like hours through forest that shifted and changed around us, climbing elevations that shouldn't have existed and crossing streams that flowed uphill under starlight that formed patterns I'd never seen before. "Your people see only the surface," Speaks with Thunder explained as we walked. "You build your science on the assumption that what you observe represents the full extent of reality. But the visible world is merely the shallow edge of something far deeper and more complex." We emerged from the forest into a valley that my topographical maps insisted couldn't exist. Sheltered between peaks I'd never seen before, a community of structures that seemed to grow from the landscape itself rather than being built upon it. And in that impossible place, I found the missing hikers. All of them. James Morrison was there, looking healthier and more alert than he had in his driver's license photo. Robert Chen and Michael Foster were engaged in conversation with beings whose appearance shifted between human and something else entirely. Anthony Rodriguez, Mark Williams, and Donald Thompson were learning to communicate in that harmonic language I'd heard echoing through the forest, their voices already taking on inhuman overtones. "They're alive," I whispered, hardly able to process what I was seeing. "They are more alive than they have ever been," Speaks with Thunder replied. "Here, the illusion of separation between mind and world, between individual and environment, is revealed as the limitation it has always been. They are learning to perceive reality as we do, as an interconnected whole where consciousness and matter are different aspects of the same underlying pattern." The missing hikers showed no signs of distress or captivity. They moved freely through the community, participated in activities I couldn't begin to understand, and when they noticed my arrival, they showed no particular interest in rescue or return to their previous lives. James Morrison approached us as we descended into the valley. He walked with a confidence and grace I hadn't seen in his photographs, and his eyes held a depth of understanding that made me feel like a child by comparison. "Daniel," he said, somehow knowing my name despite our never having met. "You're here to learn about boundaries. I'm here to understand what happened to you. People are worried, searching. Your wife thinks you're dead." James smiled with genuine sadness. "Sarah lives in a world where death and life are separate categories, where presence and absence are absolute states. Here, I've learned that such distinctions are artificial constructs that limit perception rather than clarify it. He gestured toward the community around us, where humans and Saskits work together on projects that seem to involve reshaping reality through focused intention. The Guardians brought us here because we had already begun to see through the illusions that maintain your civilization's stranglehold on the natural world. We were ready to learn a different way of being. And the others who don't come back, who disappear permanently. Some choose to remain because they find this reality more honest than the one they left behind, Robertson said, joining our conversation. Others are sent back as teachers, carrying knowledge that will help their communities understand the changes that are coming. Michael Foster nodded in agreement. The old ways of relating to the natural world are ending, Daniel. Climate change, ecosystem collapse, mass extinction, these aren't problems that can be solved with the same thinking that created them. People need to learn to perceive the world as living consciousness rather than dead matter to be exploited. As I spent more time in that impossible valley, I began to understand what they meant. The boundaries between self and environment, between thought and reality, between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness, gradually dissolved. I experienced the forest as a vast network of interconnected intelligence, where every tree, every stream, every animal was part of a larger mind that human science had trained us to ignore. The Saskits, I learned, were not a separate species but rather humans who had never forgotten this deeper way of perceiving reality. They served as guardians and teachers, maintaining the balance between the world of appearances and the underlying unified field of consciousness from which all things emerged. Your people's civilization is built on the illusion of separation, Speaks with Thunder explained during one of our conversations. You believe consciousness is produced by brains, that humans are separate from nature, that matter is fundamentally distinct from mind. These beliefs allow you to treat the natural world as a collection of resources to be exploited rather than as the living, intelligent system it actually is. But some humans remember the deeper truth. They feel the connection, sense the intelligence in nature, recognize the artificial nature of the boundaries their culture has taught them to accept. These people are ready to learn, ready to evolve beyond the limitations of consensus reality. I came to understand that the disappearances weren't random abductions but rather a selection process. The Saskits had been observing people who showed signs of readiness to perceive beyond cultural conditioning, who demonstrated respect for the natural world and openness to experiences that transcended ordinary understanding. The missing hikers were chosen because they had already begun to question the assumptions that keep most humans trapped in limiting beliefs, Anthony Rodriguez explained. We were ready to learn that reality is far more fluid and responsive to consciousness than scientific materialism allows. But not everyone who was brought to the valley chose to remain. Some, after experiencing the expanded awareness that was possible there, returned to their previous lives as bridges between worlds, carrying knowledge that would help prepare humanity for the evolutionary leap that was coming. The old world is ending, Mark Williams told me on my final day in the valley. Not through catastrophe, but through transformation. People are beginning to remember their true nature as conscious beings capable of co-creating reality rather than just observing and manipulating it. When the time came for me to make my own choice, to remain in the valley or return to my duties as a ranger, the decision was surprisingly easy. I had work to do in the ordinary world, stories to tell, preparations to make for the changes that were coming. Speaks with Thunder escorted me back to what I had previously considered normal reality, though the journey was much shorter than our initial passage had been. As we walked, he shared final instructions that have guided my actions ever since. Return to your people and help them understand that the disappearances are not tragedies but opportunities, he said. Some humans are ready to evolve beyond the limitations of their current worldview, and we will continue to offer that opportunity to those who demonstrate readiness. What about the families? The people who are looking for their missing loved ones? Those who remain in the valley will find ways to communicate with those they've left behind, once they've mastered the skills that allow consciousness to operate beyond the constraints of physical form. Those who return will bring gifts of understanding that will help their communities prepare for the transition. We reached the edge of normal space-time as dawn was breaking over familiar mountains. I turned to ask more questions, but Speaks with Thunder had already faded back into the forest, leaving only the sound of wind through trees and the memory of an experience that had fundamentally altered my understanding of what was possible. I hiked back to the ranger station and filed a report that listed my night patrol as uneventful, no unusual observations. The missing hikers remained officially missing, and the investigation was eventually transferred to federal authorities who had no more success than we had. But I know the truth now. I understand what's happening in Deep Creek National Forest and why it's necessary. The disappearances will continue, not as tragedies but as invitations to humans who are ready to remember their true nature and help guide our species through the transformation that's coming. Some will call this story the delusional fantasies of a ranger who spent too much time alone in the wilderness. Others will recognize it as a warning and an invitation to pay attention to the signs that reality is far more fluid and mysterious than our culture admits. The choice, as always, is yours. But if you find yourself hiking in Deep Creek National Forest and you notice that the familiar sounds of wildlife have fallen silent, if you discover footprints too large to have been made by any known animal, if you hear that strange harmonic humming echoing through the trees, pay attention. The guardians are watching, and they might decide you're ready to learn what lies beyond the boundaries of the world you think you know. The old stories are awakening, and they have much to teach those with eyes to see and ears to hear. Daniel Whitehorse continues to serve as a ranger at Deep Creek National Forest, where unexplained disappearances occur with disturbing regularity. His incident reports remain models of professional brevity, never mentioning the extraordinary experiences that have become part of his regular duties. The missing persons cases have been transferred to federal jurisdiction, where they join thousands of similar files from national parks and forests across the country. The Saskatoons continue their ancient work as guardians and teachers, maintaining the balance between worlds and offering opportunities for evolution to those humans ready to remember their true nature. The transformation of human consciousness accelerates, guided by wisdom that predates our civilization by countless generations. The forest keeps its secrets, but shares them with those who approach with respect, humility, and openness to realities beyond the narrow confines of consensus belief. The invitation remains open. Some territories were never meant for human occupation. I learned this truth during my third year as a park ranger at Whitehorse Ridge National Forest. My predecessor, Ranger David Clearwater, had been found wandering Highway 6 in his underwear, mumbling about the tall ones who remember. The Park Service quietly transferred him to desk duty and hired me to replace him. They never mentioned the stack of missing person reports dating back 40 years, or why certain trails appeared on old maps but not current ones. My name is Thomas, and what I'm about to tell you happened during the autumn of 2023. I've spent every night since then wondering if I should have stayed silent, let the forest keep its secrets. But 3 more people have vanished since then, and I can't shake the feeling that my silence makes me complicit in whatever haunts these woods. The Native American elders from the nearby Salishan Reservation call this place Esquiwalks, which roughly translates to where the ancient ones walk. They've been warning people away from Whitehorse Ridge for generations, but nobody listens to old stories anymore. We should have. The radio crackled at 6:23 a.m. on October 15th, dragging me from uneasy sleep in the ranger station. Thomas, we've got a code green situation. Family of 4, the Hansons from Portland, missed their checkout time by 18 hours. I knew the Hanson family. Michael, his wife Sarah, and their twin boys had been visiting the park every October for 5 years. They always reserved campsite 23, always followed the rules, always checked out precisely at noon. 18 hours late wasn't like them. I found their campsite exactly as they'd left it, coffee pot still warm on the dying embers, sleeping bags arranged neatly in their tent, car keys hanging from the picnic table. Their hiking boots sat in a perfect line outside the tent flap, as if the family had simply evaporated mid-morning. But it was the photographs scattered around their digital camera that made my skin crawl. Someone had been taking pictures throughout the night, long after the family should have been asleep. The images showed their campsite from increasingly impossible angles, shots from 30 feet up in the trees, from beneath the tent somehow, from angles that suggested the photographer had been moving on all fours. In the final photograph, taken at 3:17 a.m. according to the timestamp, 4 tall figures stood at the edge of their camp. The image was too dark and blurred to make out details, but the shapes were wrong, too long in the limbs, too broad in the shoulders. And they were arranged in perfect formation around the tent, like guardians or predators. I called it in immediately, but Chief Ranger William Barnes seemed more interested in damage control than investigation. Probably wandered off trail, he said over the radio. You know how city folks get turned around out there. Mark it as a standard search and rescue. But I found something else at the campsite, something I didn't mention in my initial report. Footprints in the soft earth around the tent, massive impressions, easily 18 inches long, with 4 distinct toe marks that ended in what looked like claw indentations. The stride length suggested something that walked upright but stood at least 8 feet tall. I'd seen tracks like these before, scattered throughout the park's more remote sections. I'd always filed them under unidentified wildlife in my reports, but now I was beginning to understand that some wildlife identifies itself when it wants to be found. The search lasted 3 days. We brought in tracking dogs from the county sheriff's department, but they behaved strangely, whining constantly, refusing to follow any scent trails that led deeper into the forest. On the second day, a bloodhound named Rex simply sat down at the tree line and began howling. His handler, a man named Carl with 20 years of experience, had never seen anything like it. "It's like he's afraid," Carl told me. "But not of a scent, of the absence of one. Like something's masking all the normal forest smells." On the third night, I volunteered to stay at the campsite alone, hoping to spot some clue the daylight search teams had missed. The forest felt different after sunset, too quiet, as if every creature within miles had found somewhere else to be. Around midnight, I began hearing sounds that didn't belong, heavy footsteps moving in a wide circle around the camp, always staying just beyond the reach of my flashlight. Then came the voices. At first, I thought they were echoes of the missing family. Michael's voice calling for his boys, Sarah humming the lullaby she always sang around their campfire. But the sounds were coming from the wrong directions, from up in the canopy, from beneath the ground. And gradually, I realized the voices were becoming distorted, deeper, as if something was learning to mimic human speech but didn't quite understand the mechanics. I radioed for backup, but received only static. My cell phone showed no signal, though I had full bars all week. As the night wore on, the voices grew bolder, closer. I caught glimpses of movement between the trees, shapes that moved like men but cast shadows like something else entirely. By dawn, I'd made a decision that would change everything. I was going to find the Hansen family, even if it meant venturing into the parts of Whitehorse Ridge that didn't appear on any official map. Joseph Crowfeather found me loading my pack at sunrise. The old Salishan man appeared from the forest like he'd materialized from morning mist, moving with the quiet grace of someone who belonged to these woods in ways that Park Service uniforms never could. "You planning to follow them?" he said. It wasn't a question. I'd met Joseph several times over the past 3 years. He served as an unofficial liaison between the Park Service and the reservation, though his real role seemed to be keeping certain traditions alive. The other rangers dismissed him as a harmless old storyteller, but I'd learned to listen when he spoke about the forest. "For people don't just vanish," I told him, adjusting my gear. "There has to be a trail." Joseph studied me with eyes like dark water. "There is. But it's not a trail for people like you." He led me to a section of forest I'd never seen before, despite 3 years of patrolling these woods. The trees grew differently here, ancient Douglas firs with trunks so massive that 6 men couldn't wrap their arms around them. Moss hung from the branches like curtains, filtering the sunlight into an eerie green twilight. "This is the old way," Joseph explained as we walked. "Before your park, before logging companies, before anyone with pale skin had ever seen these mountains. The Esquoks used this path to move between their feeding grounds." Esquoks? Your people call them Sasquatch, Bigfoot, different names for the same thing. But they're not animals, not the way you understand animals. They're older than that. Older than us, maybe older than these forests. The trail he showed me was barely visible, just subtle depressions in the forest floor, broken branches at precisely the right height, stones arranged in patterns that could have been natural but felt intentional. As we followed it deeper into the wilderness, I began to understand that this wasn't a path created by use, but something that had been designed. "Why are you helping me?" I asked as we paused beside a stream that didn't appear on any topographical map. Joseph knelt and touched the water, his fingers reading currents I couldn't see. "Because they took the children," he said quietly. "The Esquoks don't usually take children. Something's changed." He told me stories as we walked, not the sanitized folklore you might read in park brochures, but the real history of Whitehorse Ridge. How his great-grandfather had been part of a hunting party that stumbled across a Esquoks gathering in 1889. 7 creatures, standing in a circle around something that might have been an altar or might have been a nest. The hunters had watched from hiding as the creatures performed what could only be described as a ceremony, placing offerings of berries and small bones in specific patterns. "They're intelligent," Joseph explained. "More intelligent than we are, probably. But they think in ways we don't understand. Time means something different to them. They see patterns we can't see." By afternoon, we climbed higher into the mountains than any official trail would take visitors. The forest around us had taken on an unnatural quality, too organized, too purposeful. I began to notice that certain trees had been shaped as they grew, their branches bent into specific configurations. Others bore markings that looked like symbols, carved deep into living bark but healed over by decades of growth. "Territory markers," Joseph said when I pointed them out. "But also something else. Instructions, maybe. Or warnings." We camped that night in a small clearing that felt safer than the dense forest around us. Joseph built a fire using techniques that produced almost no smoke, and as darkness fell, he began to sing in his native language. The songs were old, he explained, designed to announce peaceful intentions to whatever might be listening. As the fire burned low, I began to hear responses from the darkness around us. Not the voices I heard at the Hansen campsite, but something different, deep thrumming sounds that seemed to come from the earth itself, rhythmic patterns that matched Joseph's singing. "They know we're here," he whispered. "Tomorrow, we'll find out if they want us to continue." I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of unseen watchers studying our camp. But Joseph seemed strangely peaceful, as if he found his way back to something he'd lost long ago. In the morning, we discovered that someone or something had arranged a circle of stones around our campfire while we slept. The stones led us deeper into territory that existed on no map. Joseph read the arrangements like text, interpreting meanings in the size and placement of each rock. Some circles indicated direction, others warned of danger ahead. A few seemed to be questions, though I couldn't understand what they were asking. "They're testing us," Joseph explained as we followed a trail marked entirely by stone circles. "Seeing if we understand their language." By midday, we reached what Joseph called a gathering place, a natural amphitheater carved into the mountainside, surrounded by standing stones that predated any human presence in the region. The air here felt different, charged with something that made my skin prickle and my digital equipment malfunction completely. "This is where they bring important things," Joseph said quietly. "Sacred things. Lost things." We found evidence of the Hansen family scattered throughout the clearing. Michael's wallet, opened and arranged with his identification displayed. Sarah's wedding ring, placed carefully on a flat stone. The boys' matching baseball caps, set side by side near what looked like an altar made of stacked river rocks. But these weren't scattered belongings from people who'd fled in panic. They were offerings, arranged with the same careful precision as the stone circles. Someone had taken these items and placed them here deliberately, as part of some ceremony or ritual I couldn't comprehend. Joseph moved through the clearing like he was reading a story written in objects and placement. "They're not dead," he said finally. "But they're not exactly alive either. Not anymore." He led me to the far side of the amphitheater, where a cave mouth opened into the mountain itself. The entrance was marked with symbols carved into living rock, spirals and geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. "The old stories say this is where the Sqwalks go to dream," Joseph explained. "But also where they take people who've seen too much. Or people they want to teach something to." From deep within the cave came sounds that made my blood freeze. Not quite human voices, but not animal either. A chorus of something that might have been singing, if singing could exist in frequencies my ears were never meant to hear. And underneath the alien melody, I heard something that made me start forward despite Joseph's restraining hand on my arm. Children's voices, speaking in perfect English. "Daddy? Are you coming to find us? We're learning so many things down here. The tall friends want to show you too." I moved toward the cave mouth, but Joseph grabbed my jacket and pulled me back with surprising strength. "Not yet," he hissed. "You go down there unprepared, you'll never come back up. At least, not as yourself." He made me wait while he performed what he called a speaking ceremony, a complex ritual involving specific songs, offerings of tobacco and berries, and careful arrangement of stones and patterns that supposedly announced our peaceful intentions to whatever lived in the cave system. As Joseph sang, the sounds from below began to change. The alien chorus grew quieter, more curious. And slowly, impossibly, I began to hear responses to Joseph's songs coming from the depths, harmonies and voices that sounded almost human, but carried undertones that suggested vocal cords designed for different purposes. "They're agreeing to let us enter," Joseph said when his songs finally ended. "But they want something in return." "What?" "You have to promise to tell their story. All of it. Not the version your park service will want to hear, but the truth about what's happening here." As we prepared to descend into the mountain, Joseph told me the final piece of the story, the part he'd been saving for when I was ready to hear it. The SQWalks were dying. Climate change, habitat destruction, and the constant encroachment of human development had pushed them to the edge of extinction. They were taking people now not out of malice, but out of desperation. They needed to share their knowledge with someone before it was lost forever. The Hansen family stumbled across one of their sacred sites, Joseph explained as we entered the cave. Instead of running, they stayed. They watched. The SQWalks interpreted this as an invitation to make contact. The cave system was vast, a network of natural chambers connected by passages that showed signs of ancient modification. Glowing fungi provided dim illumination, and I began to realize that what I'd taken for natural cave formations were actually living spaces, areas that had been carefully shaped and maintained by intelligent beings. Deep in the mountain's heart, we found them. The chamber where we found the Hansen family defied every assumption I'd made about the creatures that had taken them. This wasn't a primitive cave dwelling, but something closer to a library or museum, walls covered with intricate carvings that seemed to tell the entire history of the region, from the retreat of glaciers to the arrival of the first humans. The SQWalks themselves were nothing like the wild beasts described in popular culture. 7 of them stood or sat around the chamber, creatures of obvious intelligence and surprising grace. They were indeed massive, the smallest stood at least 7 feet tall, but their movements were deliberate and almost ceremonial. Their faces, while distinctly non-human, showed unmistakable expressions of curiosity and what I could only describe as sadness. The Hansen family sat in a circle with the creatures, apparently unharmed but fundamentally changed. Their eyes held a depth I'd never seen before, as if they'd been shown secrets that had expanded their understanding of reality itself. The twin boys, Timothy and Robert, looked up as we entered and smiled with expressions too mature for their 8-year-old faces. "Ranger Thomas," Michael said, his voice carrying new harmonics that seemed to resonate through the cave walls. "They've been waiting for you." One of the SQWalks stepped forward, the largest, with silver-streaked hair that fell to its shoulders and eyes like polished obsidian. When it spoke, the words came not as sound but as concepts that formed directly in my mind, translated into English by some process I couldn't understand. "We are the last rememberers," it said without speaking. "We have watched your kind spread across the earth like fire, consuming everything that came before. But fire also clears ground for new growth." Joseph had warned me that direct communication with the SQWalks would be overwhelming, but nothing could have prepared me for the flood of information that followed. In what felt like moments but must have been hours, I experienced their entire history, millions of years of careful stewardship over the forests of North America, their slow retreat as human civilization expanded, their growing desperation as climate change accelerated beyond their ability to adapt. They showed me the truth about the missing persons cases that had plagued Whitehorse Ridge for decades. The people weren't taken randomly, they were chosen based on their ability to process and share the SQWalks' accumulated knowledge. Some visitors to the park demonstrated what the creatures called receptive consciousness, a rare capacity to accept information that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality. "Your species stands at a threshold," the large SQWalks continued. "You can choose to continue the path of consumption until nothing remains, or you can learn to see the world as we see it, as a living system that requires careful tending." The Hansen family had been chosen as messengers, but they'd also been given a choice. They could return to their normal lives with memories carefully edited to seem like a routine camping trip, or they could accept the role of translators, people who could bridge the gap between human and SQWalks' understanding. "We've decided to stay," Sarah said, though her voice carried the same otherworldly harmonics as her husband's. At least for now. They have so much to teach us. I realized then that this was why Joseph had brought me here. The SQWalks needed someone within the Park Service who could protect their territories and gradually prepare other humans for contact. They were offering me the same choice they'd given the Hansons. Your people call us Bigfoot because you see only our physical form, the creature explained. But we are more than flesh. We are living memory, keepers of ecological knowledge your species will need to survive what is coming. They showed me visions of what they could see with their expanded consciousness, climate patterns decades in advance, the subtle interconnections between species that human science was only beginning to discover, the precise interventions needed to preserve biodiversity in a rapidly changing world. But they also showed me the cost of this knowledge. Those who accepted it could never fully return to ordinary human consciousness. They became bridges between worlds, but they also became isolated from their own kind. I thought of Ranger David Clearwater, wandering Highway 6 in his underwear. I understood now that he'd been offered the same choice and had tried to refuse it after partially accepting the knowledge. The result was a kind of cognitive dissonance that had driven him to the edge of madness. Choose carefully, the SQWalks warned. This knowledge cannot be unknown once accepted. As dawn broke somewhere far above us, I made my decision. I would return to my normal duties as a park ranger, but I would also serve as a guardian of their territories. I would protect the areas they needed for their ceremonies and gradually identify other humans who might be ready for contact. In return, they would share enough of their knowledge to help me understand the forest in ways that would make me a better protector of it. But they would also ensure that certain areas remained off-limits to human development, using methods I was better off not understanding too clearly. Joseph and I emerged from the cave system as the sun set on October 18th, 3 days after we entered. My radio immediately crackled with urgent messages, search teams looking for me, supervisors demanding explanations for my unauthorized absence. I told them I found evidence that the Hanson family had left the park of their own accord, possibly to avoid some unspecified personal crisis. The story was thin, but it was the kind of explanation people preferred to more disturbing possibilities. 6 months later, I received a postcard from Portland with no return address. The image showed a forest scene, but if you looked carefully at the shadows between the trees, you could make out tall figures watching the photographer. The message on the back was written in 4 different handwriting styles, 2 adult, 2 children, and said simply, "Learning continues. Thank you for understanding. I've been the senior ranger at Whitehorse Ridge for 2 years now. I've quietly rerouted several trail expansions away from areas the SQWalks consider sacred. I've identified 3 other park employees who show signs of receptive consciousness and have begun preparing them for eventual contact. And sometimes, on nights when the moon is dark and the forest feels especially alive, I return to the gathering place. I leave offerings of information, weather data, ecological reports, news about conservation efforts in other regions. In return, I find stone arrangements that teach me things no forestry school ever covered. The SQWalks were right about one thing: this knowledge changes you. I see patterns in the forest now that I never noticed before. I understand the complex relationships between species in ways that help me make better decisions about park management. But I also feel the weight of secrets that I can never fully share with my colleagues or supervisors. Sometimes I wonder if I've made the right choice. Then I remember the look in Timothy and Robert Hanson's eyes when they spoke about everything they were learning, and I know that some knowledge is worth the isolation. The forest has always had its own rules. Now I'm finally beginning to understand them.